Hey guys, welcome to the think tank.
Hello, hello.
Hey, I'm Mekci.
How's it going, friend?
It's good. I'm still trying to figure out this headset, so I might end up just taking 2 seconds and grabbing my big set if I can find them. But yeah. Hey Mel, good to see
Buenas
you.
noches tardadas.
Carrie, Perry. That's buenas. Okay. Something nachos.
Buenas tardes o noches, which is like good evening or good night.
Back at you, friend. Bit of an echo. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Are you shy, Mekci?
I'm still here.
Okay.
See, I always thought tardes was like evenings because that's how my parents would greet people when they came over for coffee, like after work. But I guess it is afternoon. How's everybody doing though?
Okay.
Glad Monday is over.
Oh, well. They weren't in that spot. Aha. Okay, let's see if we can do it this way. Sorry about that, guys. Do. How's that? Is there an echo anymore? Mekci?
I don't hear an echo. You sound a lot clearer too, though.
Well, for whatever reason, why isn't this working now? Because I'm not hearing you through these. Oh, my word.
Carrie says no echo. Is that where you're on from, like Buenos Aires? I always say, I never say like good morning or good evening. Like in Spanish, I always say buenas. Like I'm lazy like that.
Well, I wonder, you see, now these aren't working, so am I running into what kind of problems? Can you
You're
talk
good,
again?
Franky. You're good. It's all good.
No echo for you guys in chat anymore? All good now. Okay. Let me know if it echoes again, and I'll see what I can do. I'm having problems with my headset. Even that one didn't do it. Okay, then. All's good now. How you doing, Carrie? Okay. So, new documents again. So we're looking at here, maybe this guy's.
Hello.
Oh my word. So yeah, new paperwork came out and couple articles. Yeah.
It continues to be a fight over at Delphi.
Mm-hmm. It really does. It's sad, actually, the way this case is going. I don't know what they do. Do they just scratch it and start with whole everybody? You know, the new ones, I mean, they've got such a bad reputation, allegedly,
Allegedly. Yeah.
that it does. It's like, what is happening? And I don't think that this judge by the way it sounds, has been doing the best job ever. I mean, there's a lot being said about her right now as well, so,
It looks
uh
like his new attorneys pretty much kind of picked up where Rosie and Baldwin kind of were heading.
well, sure, but they don't have any of the information.
No, but like as far as this new motion that they filed with the Supreme Court, because
Mhm.
Rosie had filed something right before they hired got those new attorneys. He had filed something very similar to this, saying that the judge should be disqualified for this, and that. And then this comes out, and this is by the new ones.
Yeah. Yep. Damn, what's going on with my Yeah, I just when I seen that she's friends with them, it kinda left a bad taste in my mouth. Now that we know that she's friends with those new lawyers, it makes me less comfortable. Like, I think that's almost, I think that's harsh. I don't know if that won't cause problems later on.
I mean, that's a good point, but like, look at Murdaugh. They all knew each other. Even the judge knew Murdaugh.
Do you think they were buddies on Facebook, though?
Oh no, I don't think so. No, I don't think.
Yeah, you see, and that's
No,
the
definitely
thing.
not.
The one lawyer has got Fran Gull down on as a Facebook friend.
Oh, like favorite friends, like BFF friends?
Yeah, like they're buddies. There's pictures of them together kind of stuff.
Interesting.
So, I mean, if what I've seen is accurate, yeah, they're not acquaintances. They seem to really know each other quite well.
I'd gone to each other's weddings and such.
Just yeah, they know each other more than just a business relationship. Is the way it's coming. So now I'm going to try these again, guys. Nothing yet. I am having a heck of a time with this stuff. Yeah, that's the thing. They mix business with pleasure. It's a small community. I'm sure they all know each other pretty
I
well.
know, I have a tough time with that because I mean, if you're all in the same business, I mean, were you just not supposed to have friends? You're like, I can't be friends with you because I don't know. That's just tough, and it is a really small community. They're bound to know each other. I just do wonder how deep that does go.
Yeah, I mean, literally, if they're friends on Facebook, it's concerning.
And
I mean, I've lived in small towns most of my life, and sure, the judges knew, hey, Dave, good to see you, friend. I'm just going to do this for a second. They definitely, people know each other, but I mean, I don't know.
no, I know it's a hard call in that way because
Hmm.
you don't want to be too strict with people like that. And they all take this oath. They're supposed to be unbiased and just follow the rule of the law the way it's supposed to. But
Yeah.
that doesn't always go in that direction,
No, it
apparently.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. And that's the thing. Um, if it's a personal relationship, I think she could have hired somebody who's not in this not that close. I think you would have to be, especially a case right now where everything's going sideways as it is. I don't think adding anything else that's questionable into the cases might not be the best idea, right?
I really do feel like they should have just left Rosie on the case.
I think so too. I think so too. And they're
I would
still
have felt a
fighting
lot
for
better
it.
about that, I think, if it was just Rosie and maybe
Yeah.
they brought in like another person to help, but
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's just, oh my word. So I guess tomorrow, if unless something changes, she's supposed to introduce them as new counsel. So I'm not quite sure how that's gonna go because Rosie's not leaving.
poor Rosie's just like, "No, I stay. I
Yeah,
stay."
he's like, "No, I'm they're not making me go. What did I do wrong?" And that's fair. Had nothing to do with his company.
I
His
just liked his fighting spirit, the fact that the
Mhm.
judge was pretty much was like, "You gotta go," and he was like, "No, I refuse, like, that's my
And no,
client, I wanna represent him, and he's passionate about that," and I
yeah,
can't
and
help
he's
but applaud that, I think that's fantastic.
absolutely, and he's like, "No, I don't go, you go.
Right.
You go, judge,
I
you're the one that
say,
should
"You
be
go."
leaving.
I
I say
say,
you
"You
go.
go."
I say you go." Yeah, it's been an ish show, and it's just like, "Oh my word." I think so, but you know what? We're talking I think there's 38,000 there, right? If I remember correctly?
And where they're holding the court or in Delphi? Because Delphi has, like, 3,000 people.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking community. "Hey, mom, good to see you, friend." Yeah, that's right. Supreme Court getting
Judge,
involved.
jury, everything's changing.
Yeah, like, he's fighting it, and like you said, you can't fault him for that. Yeah, well, a lot of what you're saying there, is there any change on the gag order, new attorneys, camera ban, judge, jury? So we've got new attorneys, yay. Camera ban, nay. Judge, nay. Jury, not yet.
You say nay-ish on the judge, nay-ish?
Yeah, she's kind of nay-ish. Yeah, because
Ish.
realistically, I don't know if she can just let him go. Like, why? Why does he have to go too? Any thoughts?
Why Rosie would have to go? Or
Um, no, like, how do you feel it's going to be? How do you think it's going to go tomorrow as far as Fran Gull goes? Because defense is taking this to the Supreme Court.
yeah, I don't even what is tomorrow gonna be about anyways? Just her appointing
Yeah, just
that's
her
it, right?
appointing, as far as I know. Yeah.
So, as far as this motion, that's not gonna be addressed, I don't think, at all. So
Well, who knows where it's going to go, right?
well, it needs to go to a separate
Yes.
because it's going to Supreme, it's not going to Goal, so somebody else is gonna judge on that. So she'll continue to
Yep.
do what she needs to until that's decided.
I think so. And then, yeah,
A new trial date, okay.
to try and set a new trial date, which is going to be bloody impossible. How at this point, when she's bringing in two people that are not involved in the case, good luck. How do you predict this one? Nay, 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 nay. I say, nah, nay, nay, nah, nay, nay. Well, they're sure wanting her to step down, Mel. Like, they really don't want her anymore. And I guess the best way to do it is the least chance for them to be able to appeal this, because you don't want something to slip by. And because she knew him beforehand and was friends with this new lawyer, that is a bone of contention. And they say the case is faulty and new trial.
I don't know what to think anymore.
That's my fear, is that we want the least possible way for this to avoid an appeal later on. You know, we don't want. I think keep the lawyers, get rid of the judge. That's
I
my
feel
personal opinion.
like an appeal is bound to happen regardless. Like if he actually makes it to trial and is found guilty, an appeal is going to happen.
The way it's going
I do wonder what that appeal will say. But we're thinking way in the future, and that's way.
Yeah. No, it's the case is just a mess. Yeah, I mean, it's just a mess. We've got lawyers being let go. We've got Odinus bouncing around. We've got is anything compromised? Just there's so many. Yeah, that's what I don't want is a mistrial. That's it. That's my fear. Dad blam it mistrial. That's my fear right there. You know, yeah, you're right. Could there be an appeal? Yes. What we don't want is a mistrial. Yeah. Yeah. In my opinion, there's no way to get this case doesn't get appealed. The way it's going, it's getting bad. They need to find the best way to either salvage or retry, whatever it is, because if this is the guy, we don't want all these screw ups that are going on with the lawyers in the court to jeopardize justice in this case. You know, whether that's by getting him charged and convicted or if it's somebody else. How long has he been in jail for?
Almost a whole year?
Yeah, a year now. It's been a year. And I mean, again, if he ends up being innocent, hypothetically, wow, not a good look that's going on out there right now in them there hills.
Man, that's a whole nother one too.
Mm-hmm.
Because if this all crashes and burns, and let's say it actually gets to trial and somehow there's a mistrial or he is convicted, but there's an appeal or something happens in that sort of nature, it's going to be absolutely impossible to ever get someone else arrested. Like, I don't think they'd even try.
Oh, he has aged, hasn't he? That's the thing. I mean, he's looking 90. I mean, he should give up on eating paper and maybe try some
something a little bit more nutritional.
Yeah, try something with
eat an apple for God's sakes, man.
Yes, eat an apple because your teeth are next. No, Jazzy, no, you're just looking all bossy at me. She's like, you're being way too bossy about this situation right now. Yep. Yeah, a little over a year. So did you go over all those documents?
That's my stuff, Dandy.
Yeah, isn't that the truth, Dandy? Oh, yeah, shite hits the fan if he is found innocent. Yeah. Yeah, she's seriously sitting there looking at me like this, wagging her tail and like looking at me like I'm going to bark if you don't give me what I want. I'm going to bark, you know. So do you have anything you wanted to take a look at? Did you want to go over that paperwork first or should I bring up some
articles? do some articles real quick. I need to answer this phone call.
Yeah. Jail takes a toll on you. It's worse than being president. Okay, well, let's take a look at
Judge Fran Gohl will stay on to proceed with the case. She also appointed suspect Richard Allen's new defense team. Yesterday, though, defense attorney.
Another day of back and forth.
Okay, I don't even think that this connected for you, did it? It did.
Between the two sides in the Delphi murders case.
Judge Fran Gohl will stay on to proceed with the case. She also appointed suspect Richard Allen's new defense team. Yesterday, though, defense attorney Bradley Rossi filed a motion claiming he's never officially resigned from the case, despite pressure from Judge Fran Gohl. And as a matter of fact, once the judge dismissed from the case.
So what do you think, though, about a judge saying, like, either you take yourself off this case, or I'm going to make y'all look like a bunch of fools and you'll be off the case? How do you feel about that?
Case due to alleged bias against his client.
Today, Judge Gohl responded by issuing an order reconfirming that Rosie and his former co-counsel Andrew Baldwin told her last week they would quit the case, and she was naming 2 new defense attorneys. And since the original defense team was out, Rosie's motion for her removal was invalid, and his.
So we've got something to look at about that as well. What do you think about a judge? Okay, these guys have said we want this to go up higher and we want you removed. And she's the judge that decided if that goes up further. That makes 0 sense. She's just like, yeah, no. So they pretty much had to go themselves straight to the Supreme Court because she just said, yeah, no, you're not replacing me. I don't understand how that could possibly be her choice.
Motions were stricken from the record. Fox 59 News has obtained new defense filings arguing that Thursday's motion cites state law that once paperwork has been filed to remove a judge from a case, everything comes to a halt and the judge loses all authority over the proceedings until a higher court weighs in.
Now, Judge Gohl has ordered there will be a hearing next Tuesday morning in Delphi, the hometown of Abby Williams and Libby German, who were found murdered there near the Monon High Bridge in 2017. That will introduce the new defense team from Fort Wayne and set Allen's new trial date. Now, the judge has turned down a request to have cameras in the courtroom during that hearing. We'll keep bringing you updates, so both on.
So nothing in the court for tomorrow's hearing, which is too bad because I think as far as that goes, it'd be a great day to have the cameras in the court. What do you think, Mekci?
I just came back. I missed all of it. I was on a phone call. Sorry.
Are you still working?
No, I just had to pick up a call.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I thought, what did I do? So basically saying that there's no cameras tomorrow in the court. So I'm not quite sure how that works.
So question, why was there, so maybe Dave knows, why was there going to be cameras on the 19th? Why was that like the first time that they were going to ever like allow? What was supposed to happen that day? Was that the Frank's motion day?
Originally?
Yeah.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think that it was, I don't even think it was a surprise.
No, it was a set date. And I feel like it was possibly for like a Frank's hearing, but then that morning, like right before the actual hearing, all that stuff happened. But I just found it weird that was like the first time cameras were going to be in there.
Well, I think that possibly, but she also gave permission for cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. We'll have to look at some documents and see how that goes. I don't have a problem with the judge dismissing the lawyer where the leaks came from, but it needs to go through the proper channels.
Yeah.
It does. So this was found in the office of What's that lawyer's name with the B?
Baldwin.
Baldwin's lawyer. Baldwin. It was in his office that this leak happened, not in Rosie's. So I'm thinking Rosie should be able to stay. That doesn't seem like they shouldn't both have to go.
And it sounds like there's an actual email thread between the judge, Baldwin, and even the McClelland about before, because Baldwin had actually reached out to the judge to let her know that that had happened, and that was like early October, or maybe even in August. No, September. So he was saying that some guy in August, one of his friends in August, came by the office and took pictures at that time. So they had him for a while, and he had just found out about it. And then there's just like a whole email chain back and forth between McClelland, the defense, and the judge talking about the investigation that occurred to find the leaks, and what happened, what occurred after that.
Right.
And there's responses from the judge saying, like, emailing back, going something like, I'm absolutely deeply concerned for what this could do for Richard Allen's defense,
I mean, the whole case up to now, it's been shady anyways. And it's just like more and more is coming out. And it concerns me. It really does concern me for how a person's supposed to get a fair trial with all this stuff going on in the background. If he's innocent, then they've got to show that. And if he's guilty, they have to show that too. With all this uckery going on in the background.
I just found it interesting that there's this whole email chain prior to the 19th of them communicating about what had happened in the leak. And not once did that judge, it doesn't sound like the judge ever once said that she was gonna, it didn't sound like she was planning on kicking them out.
No, it sure didn't.
I don't know what changed or between.
Yeah, so we're going to have to check. Was that what the 19th was for? Was for the Frank's hearing? Have we figured that out? I think Dave is thinking
or was
that
it for the leaks?
Oh my goodness.
But if it was for the leaks, why have cameras?
Confused with all the different
I know, with everything that happened,
lawyers and
all the different cases that are going on, they're all wanting to do something. Like, I can't keep up, to be honest.
Yeah, sometimes it can get tricky. When I was doing the live earlier today, it was like Indiana, no, Idaho, no, Indiana. It was like, oh my goodness.
Wait, where am I?
Yeah, where am I? Oh, Canada. Right. In my opinion, the judge was upset about the 136-page document, and then the leak set her off. But wasn't that leak coming from the court? Is that where that leak came from? Which one came from the court?
I almost feel like that's what's confusing. And this is what is stated in this new motion for the Supreme Court. Is because there's supposed to be a gag order, right?
Yes.
But then when they file things, they file in public, but then the court makes them private. So somewhere, somehow, like as soon as they were posted, someone got them.
Yeah.
And then that's how they were shared.
Yeah.
And then the court immediately made it private.
Yeah.
So
exactly. So I mean, even the courthouse is making boo-boos.
Mistakes, or I'm not really sure. I need an explanation on what is going on at this courthouse. It's like, what do you mean you can file something private, but then they can make it public, and they make it private?
So. I thought so, Mom.
As soon as you turn it in, shouldn't it just be private until you decide to redact some things and then make it public?
Yeah, they should know what they're doing with their documents. And the pics came from the office.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the way I remember it. So as the leaker of the pics, yep, they came from Baldwin's office, and it was a guy who was using that office that took advantage. I guess the cabinets weren't locked, so whenever he had a chance, he was in there taking
I
pictures.
heard
allegedly.
Michelle Walks give a pretty good, scenario or explanation on what could have happened here.
Mm-hmm.
That Baldwin could have been in the middle of it, like in his office doing some work, right?
Mhm.
And this guy who he used to work for him, because he hadn't worked for him in a long
They
time.
have been.
They hadn't worked together in a long time, but they were good friends. Maybe he stopped by the office, like he was in the neighborhood, like, hey, like, let me check in on my buddy, and like sat with him in the office for a second. And maybe Baldwin was like, hey, I gotta go to
I
the
haven't heard of that
bathroom
one.
or go to such and such office right across the hall to get this. And he took the opportunity to
Where'd you hear that one? I haven't heard that.
Michelle Walks. She
Michelle
gave
Walks.
that like a sort of scenario possibility of something that could have
Okay.
happened. Like,
Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. That's what we're
Yeah.
hearing. We know that MS Podcast knew about the confessions
Yeah.
before anyone else. So apparently the prosecution leaks things too. Yeah, something is shady going on somewhere. I don't know
I
exactly
mean,
what's happening there,
their
but
inside man's got to be the investigator.
it's making you look that way. Look that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not looking great. So, whether or not there's going to be charges for the guy that was in Baldwin's office. Now, he's not the one that unalived himself, is he?
No.
No, that was one of the other guys.
He's
So,
the guy he gave the info to did.
right. Yeah. So, okay. So it was a guy that was affiliated with Baldwin that took these. And I've not seen anything about charges to this point. But you would think there would be something, right?
I would hope so.
I heard they were sent to him in a file in error and he leaked them and then he unalived himself. Yes. Yeah. That's what I've been learning too, friend. Yes, they did. They know about a lot that's really, really interesting, Dave. So both Mind of Monsters and Dave are in the description, guys. Now, I can't remember if I've put it up. If I haven't as of yet, I will. But make sure to sub up to the two of them. They are great. Dave's got a new channel, but he's doing really good. He's doing really, really good. So,
Dave rocks. You're so chill, man. And I really like the people you got in there. They're pretty chill.
yeah. Yep, absolutely. It's so like it's going wild, Mom. Like it's everywhere. It's like a thimble, you fill it up and it leaks out all those holes, or a strainer. There's Mom.
Dave is always hard for me to find because I can't find him as. Oh wait, I'll just do this.
He's on the description from the last video.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll just click on his name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. There's the guy that unalived himself because of all of this allegedly. Oh, you bet, friend. Yes, sub up. Oh, of course, we support each other. That's what it's all about, right? Get more done working as a team than we do fighting each other. And I'm not into the fighting kind of drama. I'm getting told for that shit. So yeah, it's getting very, very convoluted, this case. You know, do you look at the defense? And I mean, do we look at this Odina stuff and see how far that goes back as any kind of realistic defense? You see, this is the thing. Like with the new defense coming in, they have to start from scratch. They do not get the old defense's information. So they have to start all over again. It's unreal. Are you kidding me? Anybody get that before I do? No. Ban that bugger, guys. Anytime you see Rapper, get rid of him. He's no good. And he gets into the back of my settings. So, little fricker. Yeah, he's back there again. So, yeah, if you see that he gets back in there, just ban his sorry little behind, because he's just a troll. And he gets into the back end of my stuff. And no good. No good. And I don't know how they keep doing it. What's he do? Well, he gets kind of into the back end, and he comes in as a hidden user. And he will come in and he will have everybody wound up and arguing. He'll say things that are rude. He'll insult people. Yeah, he's a troll. He's gotta go.
You know what's funny about him was that he was kind of playing nice, and then one day he just made like this really weird, disrespectful remark. I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's no parking in the rear. No. Yeah, so yeah, mods, if you see him before I do, you can delete his messages and ban him, and he'll still get back into the other stuff, I'm sure, but faster we can get rid of that little troll, the better. Before he has a chance. It's just like I see him pop up, it's like, oh no.
He did, Perry. He suckered me in. He suckered me in.
Well, he was mixing up the names a little bit too. So I don't know how not blocking them, banishing them from the back doesn't do it, but he keeps showing up, the little pig. You guys are so bad. So yeah, so let's take a look at this. So we know that Ron Logan is still going to be used as some kind of, if nothing else, some kind of distraction.
Hail Mary.
I think the Keegan Klein and possibly Tony Klein have, they'll be able to use them to their advantage.
Klein is definitely involved because they leaked like an index of like evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And the Keegan Klein interview was on there.
Mm-hmm. Is that where it's got murder sheet all the way through it? Is that the one you're talking about?
No, I think this one was the one from the air base when they first talked to him. They interviewed him at like an Air Force base or some sort of military base or something.
Oh, wow.
Or maybe that's just what it was called. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't recall that, but okay. I don't know. There's a lot of information out there about this case. And do we know what's accurate anymore? What doesn't? And I mean, are these lawyers, whoever he ends up with, how are they going to convince a jury after all of this mumbo jumbo? Because the only way I can see it working, honestly, is from scratch. where neither side can use the other side's faults to dilute the waters, pollute the waters. Got your digits on standby. He's a bad bugger, that one. Let's see. Richard Allen's new attorneys claim there's been a lack of meaningful public access in the Delphi case. Attorneys are asking the Indiana Supreme Court to make access to court filings more public and easier to access. The new attorneys for Richard Allen are asking the Indiana. They're not the new attorneys yet, though, are they?
I mean, according to the judge, she's already written them in, and then I guess tomorrow would make it official, and then they'll.
That's what I thought.
Go for like a new trial date, but
yeah, and you know what? That gag order is useless right now.
Gosh, I so wish there was cameras in there because I want to see Rosie just like bust open those court doors and be like, "I'm here, Your Honor."
Ay. So let's see here. In a court document filed Monday, the attorney for Allen, who is accused of unaliving Abigail Williams and Liberty German in Delphi in 2017, claimed that hundreds of documents in the case have been improperly excluded from the public. The attorneys state that 118 documents in the case have been excluded from public access. They also claim that the court has failed to perform the clear, absolute, and imperative duty imposed by the access to court records rules, which state the court records must be publicly accessible. According to their claim, documents are not only being excluded, but made difficult to follow for the average member of the public. The only way a member of the public can access anything in the case is if they somehow know to read the June 28th, 2023 order, see the link embedded therein, and then proceed to open each of the 118 documents until they find the filing they're looking for. Additionally, they state that 2 documents have been excluded altogether, including one, a 2023 filing by the Carroll County Sheriff, and 2, a July 5th, 2023 letter from a DOC inmate. The attorneys also claim that the trial court in the case has removed documents from the public without any notice. So he's complaining about the judge too? Particularly, they claim that the trial court has removed documents from public access that Richard Allen has specifically requested his chosen counsel to file on his behalf. The attorneys ask the court for a writ of, do you know what that is? A mandamus order?
Writ of mandamus. I can't pronounce Latin, but
writ of mandamus, ordering that the 118 documents to be publicly accessible, and that 2 documents listed above are only excluded if they are in compliance with the access to court record rules. If there is ever a time when openness mandated by the trial rules and access to court records was critical, it's the present case. I would say one of the most high-profile cases in the state that the state has ever seen. And according to their claim, the writ of mandamus, is that how you say that? Will ensure that going forward, the court is following rules regarding public access.
Franky, hold on.
Okay. Holding.
Mandamus.
Mandamus? Mandamus. Okay. The writ of mandamus. Do we know what that is?
Yeah, it's a judicial writ issued as command to an inferior court or ordering a person to perform a public or statutory duty. Because that made it way more clear.
Yeah, that made it a lot easier. I understand what they're saying now. Yeah. I personally want the transcripts of the conversation between the lawyer and the judge released. It's just, I'm going with Mal. Can't trust any of them now. Start from scratch. Why are they worrying about what the public can access right now? Don't they have more immediate problems? I don't get it. Well said. Work, 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 sleep, 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 work, work, work. Hey, Alex. Mandated, force subpoenaed. Yeah.
Well, this definition makes a little bit more sense as far as mandamus. It says an order from a court to an inferior government official ordering the government official to properly fulfill their official duties or correct an abuse of discretion.
Okay. I don't know.
They're pretty much just wanting somebody to fix it. They think
Yeah.
there's a problem. And they're like, fix it. Come on, please.
Come on, fix this. Just fix it. I can't fix it. You fix it. Oh, it's just a pile of crap. This is what they've made of this. And you know what? That's the scary thing, is between lawyers and a judge, in my personal opinion, they have totally wrecked a case that was probably one of the most important cases they've had in that area, and God only knows how long. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
So you have one job, you're supposed to uphold justice for the community, society, the families, and you're blowing it, essentially.
Yeah. And that's what I see, is just exactly what Dave's saying, the poor families. Like, can you imagine how they're feeling right now? Are they going to get justice? Aren't they going to get justice? And in their minds, do they have the right guy or don't they have the right guy?
And they've already waited, what is it now? 6 years? I'm trying to
7 years.
7 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, way, way too long for two little girls found in the shape they were found in. They were attacked savagely, 13 and 14 years old, for some idiot to go out there and get what he considers satisfaction. I mean, just let me in my claws at him. And I'm not afraid to use my feet, my fists, my teeth. I don't care. Let me at him.
Yeah, that's another thing. If, like, Richard Allen, I mean, I know he's innocent until proven guilty, but if for whatever reason he gets out before going to court,
Yep. Yeah.
that man's gonna have to move to a different state or something. Or
Oh, yeah, he can't stay there anymore. And they would have to totally rebuild their lives. It means the high court steps in and say, do your damn job under the oath you took as hats. Must not play with people's lives, redneck definition. Love it.
Wow, that's pretty spot on.
Bang on. Now we get it.
See, I just need it in layman's terms. It makes so much more sense like that.
Yep. Explained it extremely well. My kind of lingo. They're actually living and breathing people who have endured so much. And it's just, I mean, nothing truer stated. While all this is dragging on. Yep. Agreed. It's just a really sad state of affairs. I'm going to say this really, really quick before we carry on. Rest in peace, Matthew Perry. Oh, my word. Damn. Like, damn.
Is that Lizzie? Or Jessie?
Yeah, that's Jazzy trying to be all important and bossy. Yeah, cursey words. So let's see what I've got next. Richard Allen files brief with Indiana Supreme Court claiming judge abused power by striking motions from the record. Yeah, and that's what she did that. She literally, from his lawyers that were asking for this to step up to the next level and maybe see if they can get someone who's less, in their opinion, biased. She just threw it out. She didn't even, just basically, nah, we'll just cancel that out right now. The Chief Justice of Indiana Supreme Court responded to Allen's request in a rush order, saying the petition for relief was verified and that any briefs opposing issuance or supplemental records must be filed with the Clerk of Supreme Court before Thursday, November 9. Once the briefing is complete, the court will take the matter under advisement, the court read. The suspect in high-profile 2017 Delphi attacks case has filed a brief with Indiana Supreme Court alleging the trial court has failed to perform the clear, absolute, and imperative duty imposed by Indiana court records, rules, and trial rules. Richard Allen filed the realtor's brief in support of a petition for writs of mandamus and Prohibition Monday, claiming hundreds of documents were improperly excluded from public access. A Frank's memorandum was removed without notice or hearing. The court attempted to remove Allen's counsel over his objection, and court instructed any filings from Allen's chosen counsel be removed from public record. Allen claimed that the case involved one of the most high-powered profile matters in Indiana history. He cited an emergency motion filed on April 5th to mark documents in the trial as public, which would give access to the media and general population following the case. Allen said that on June 8th, when a member of the media requested access to the excluded records, the court ruled that all of the documents have been excluded from public access to comply with a gag order filed on December 2nd, 2022. Attorneys argued that the order only governed extrajudicial comments, not court filings. Leaks of evidence. Previous reports showcased some of the major developments in the case before the October 19th hearing, where Judge Francis Gull explained with TV cameras in the courtroom that both Allen's attorneys, Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rossi, had withdrawn from the case in an unexpected turn of events. Well, I don't know. She had stuff written up.
I don't understand that comment unless she was just being polite, but that's a lie then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not accurate. That's for sure. For some reason, I think she's got a distaste for the current, and I don't think she can get rid of them just because she doesn't really like them. But that's almost the way it's seeming. And how are they truly just getting rid of documents and saying, yeah, no? You know what I mean?
I mean, all I know, because I don't know how like the court system works specifically, but I do understand that if like any side of the state or defense files a motion, that it should be there. It shouldn't not be there. Like,
It's just, oh my word. Friends will never feel the same. Rest in peace, Matt. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. The cause of death is listed as deferred until toxicology and other tests come back. Yes, well said. Thank you for that, Mom.
You're welcome, Mom.
I'm hoping not either, Alex. My personal opinion on M. Perry is he overheated and had a heart attack. That's what I'm kind of wondering. His heart couldn't have been as strong as possibly could have been.
Yeah.
Could there have been an issue between these lawyers and judge? That's what I'm wondering, Perry. If there was an issue between them and the judge prior to the case, and it's all being played out here, because that is kind of the way it's looking. It just
I don't
might
know.
yeah.
My money's on Baldwin. I feel like if she had a problem with someone, it's probably Baldwin. I heard something prior, like Baldwin being an attorney for someone else and kind of blazing trails. I don't know who the judge was in that, but
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right.
A judge.
It was literally up to her to keep that courtroom going the way she wanted. And she let it go sideways. And this is what we get because of it.
Who was that judge? Was it for one of the school shooters? She resigned from office because she someone took video of her hugging the state lawyers after the trial.
Oh.
Like in front of the defense.
Oh. No, you can't do that.
Yeah, it did not look good.
No, not a good look. Don't. What a mixed up frickin' case. I mean, I'm still of the mind that Keegan Kline still fits into this case somehow. I'm sitting back in there somewhere.
I think so too. Like I said, because in some of the stuff that was leaked, there was like an index that showed like evidence, and the interview with Keegan Kline was in there. Look, the very first one that I don't think anyone has. I'm not sure anyone has.
The very first one. I don't know if I've got that or not, to be honest with you. We have a legal system, not a justice system. Couth plays no part in our legal or justice. Knowing better is common sense. And I've come to the conclusion our legal system has much common sense. Right? Oh my word. I just hate to see this happening. It's heartbreaking knowing that those little girls went through what they went through, without even all the details, but just the fear even of taking them down the hill. And if we find out that there's something up with MS podcast, oh my God.
No, there's something up with that podcast.
Well, it's sure feeling that way. And you know what?
I don't believe their stories. They don't line up. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to see those puzzle pieces fit. I like the Down the Hill. I haven't watched any of them in depth, but I can say I haven't really watched that podcast. I'm not really that familiar with it. I kind of have done my own research. So after a hearing on October 19th, the defense filed a motion requesting that Judge Gull recuse herself from the case after suddenly backpedaling on the previous story of his impending withdrawal from the case. Judge Gull then issued an order that stated Rozzi had withdrawn from the case on October 19th and was no longer the legal counsel. He didn't do that, though. He didn't withdraw. He said that he planned on it, but I do believe he's the one that never did write up that letter. I think as soon as they realized that Richard Allen did not want new lawyers, she just basically ended it for them. The clerk was then ordered to remove Rosie's filing, calling for the removal of Gull from the records book. What is that? How is that even legal?
Officials noted it was filed in error since Rosie was no longer legally part of the case.
In Monday's filing by Allen, he stated the removal of filings by prior attorneys as another reason for the brief with Supreme Court to provide oversight to the trial court. Allen stated he didn't want both Baldwin and Rosie to withdraw from the case, and there were no circumstances under the Indiana rules of professional conduct to warrant their withdrawal. Allen was charged with 2 counts of M in the February 2017 deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German, very close to the Monon High Bridge in Delphi. Until October 19th, Allen was represented by lawyers Baldwin and Rosie as co-counsel in the case. And then the new defense team. In Friday's order, Judge Gall appointed 2 new attorneys to represent Allen, including Robert Schremen and William Labrado. Now, I've heard about these guys just, basically through the YouTube streets. And
wow, it says it right there. Different colored letters.
yeah. Yeah. According to news partners, Labrado is the chief public defender in Allen County. 2022, Wayne reported that Labrado, who was suspended for 2 to 3 weeks in February for an unknown reason, he was later reinstated under condition he refrained from any retaliation.
Well, that's interesting.
According to Schremen's website, the Fort Wayne-based lawyer has 24 years of experience in criminal defense trial law. His listed experiences include work as a former deputy prosecutor and SWAT narcotics detective. I don't know how that really, him being SWAT, I don't know really how that helps him in this case, but the court has denied requests from the media to film the next hearing October 31st. The court said this was due to the unauthorized filming and broadcasting of pre-hearing activities. No, I personally think it's because she is chicken shite for what might come out. Personal thoughts.
That's what makes the cameras on the 19th even more odd.
Yeah, it really does. I meant to say our legal system does not have common sense. Therefore, they have no couth, because it takes knowing better to have couth. Well said. Yes. The judge said oral. So now it becomes her word against Baldwin's word. It sounds dodgy right from the start. If there's no transcript, it never happened. Yeah, well said, friend. Hello, Shauna. Good to see you. We got like the crying Roddy laying beside me.
Wasn't there a letter or a motion that the court put out of something saying like if Rosie wanted to continue, that he would either he had 2 choices. Either he was just to quit, or Richard Allen himself had to hire him as an attorney. Or am I wrong? Was I dreaming that? Because I feel like that was out.
I don't know that I've heard about that, so I can't say yes nor no. Yeah. This is actually Lizzie that's making all the sounds. Sorry about that, Mal. She lays beside me and does this for a full stream, and I'll show you what she wants. Yes, all that noise for that. There you go. I don't understand. Do you need one too, Jazz? They know that as soon as I start on here, it's the perfect time to start making sounds because they'll get something. So do you think tomorrow, being behind closed doors, no cameras, do you think they'll actually get anything figured out, or are we looking at another delay? No.
I think that if they really are going to go with these new attorneys, that they need to give them ample time. So they should give them what they gave the first guys, a year. But
yeah,
I don't, if the judge denies that, or for whatever reason the judge is like, no, we're going to court next month.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Red flags. Appeal.
Big
appeal,
time.
appeal.
Let's listen to this here.
New details out of the Delphi murders case as the man accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German back in 2017 is due back in court tomorrow.
Yeah, the hearing for Richard Allen is happening exactly 1 year after his arrest was announced. It also comes after a hearing on the 19th where Allen's original defense team withdrew from the case. They later filed a motion alleging they were forced to resign.
Can they be pushed to resigning and that be called legal? I don't think so.
I almost feel like even Baldwin, her just saying, oh, he gave a verbal like withdrawal. Where is that? Because I would still expect the lawyer or the judge to be like, okay, I hear you're withdrawing. I'm going to need that on paper. I'm going to need you to write it in.
Yeah, and she said, well, I would expect to see it in the next day or two.
With Rosie, but especially if none of that was recorded, if there's not a transcript for that, like Dave is asking for a transcript for that, then how can she say that that Baldwin even withdrew?
Yeah. And I mean, she is not turning into the most trusted judge out there. If she was doing this to get a name for herself, she's getting one. And it's not the kind she probably wanted. No, not as far as I know. He will be staying in the Huskow. And I think that's not only is he used to these lawyers, but they've spent a year with him. I'm sure he trusts them.
Yeah.
No, we don't. No, we
and
do
not to mention his family. His family trusts them.
Yeah.
Right.
They're all
I know lawyers can't specifically speak with like the wife and the kids, but they can still feel reassured that they're doing everything that they can. And I think that was a lot of her emotion too. And she ran out of that court was thinking that it's starting all over again.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
And I'm sure Abby and Libby's families felt exactly the same way, just heartbroken, like all over.
That's where it hits you, is that those families. You know, Abby was an only child. Libby was the youngest out of the two siblings. Everyone said what a great sense of humor she had, loved to make people happy, and just like a really good kid. And what happened to them, not too far from their home, has been a hell for these families. It's taken all this time to get an arrest.
Suspect, even. Well, we never even really had a suspect. We just had an arrest. arrested.
Yeah, just like
Arrest.
basically an arrest, right? And I have never thought that Richard Allen was innocent. But now I'm starting to think that something pretty hokey is up, and I don't know what to think. You know, you hate to think that law enforcement does all of this shady shite, but they do all the way up the ladder, sadly,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it's heartbreaking for those damn families. It's just like, are you kidding me, man? And yeah, like if Richard Allen was to get out in the meantime, first off, I'm sure he'd had MIA because he didn't look like he was enjoying those digs. And will they ever get him back if they take him? Like, what the hell is the legal system doing to this case? I think it's plausible the judge simply pre-warned the attorneys that they shouldn't expect a favorable outcome and they should remove themselves from the case or reassign or be sacked scenario.
But then why allow them? Why also say that she expects them to participate in both of them and participating in transitioning the new lawyers into the case?
Exactly.
If he was not so cool with them
Yes.
and thought that they were both super shady, why would she also require or ask them to do that?
Well said. Well said. That might end up being something that bites her in the butt. You know. Yeah. It's not the song that never ends. This is the case that never ends. It just goes on and on.
I would like for it to have an end, a just end with someone serving time or whatever the case may be, whatever penalty they get for doing this.
Whoever they find fault in, they need to get the fingers slapped or anything else that's slapped, because what they're doing is destroying families here. Well, they're trying to be what? The most known judge, possibly the most known public defenders. I don't think so. I'm not putting this on the public defenders. I'm just thinking that the judge has let her courtroom go snaky. This was on her. You know, what she allowed in, what she didn't. And she has kept everything so tight that all sorts of stuff could be said to be going on in the back.
I mean, I almost wonder what the first judge would have did.
Yeah.
But I mean, we know how he felt. What did he say?
Scared.
Bloodlust?
Yeah. Yeah, he seemed scared.
Couldn't do it.
No. In the wrong profession.
Blifton.
I mean, because that makes it easier for the case. If they complain and assist the transfer, in return, they don't get that bad publicity of being kicked off the case. Blame the leaker and call it unfortunate.
Yeah.
Hello, Blifton. Good to see you, friend. Hello.
Blifton, what was that first judge's name that recused themselves from this case? I always forget. Oh, Dave, I thought your guy figured that out. I was just watching one of his episodes the other day where he pointed out who that younger curly-haired guy was. He showed a picture of him too. But he's also in that, that leaked index thing I was talking about earlier? His name will be on there.
Judge Benjamin A. Diner is his name.
The first one, Diner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Perry, he recused himself citing bloodlust, threats.
Yeah. Yeah. Announced was made shortly after the judge agreed to release more details in the case following a storm of requests. The Indiana Supreme Court said a judge does not have to explain the reason for recusal, and a special judge will be appointed to the case. And that's when we ended up with Francis Gull. Court date for Ellen scheduled. Okay. Brutal. Let's see what this has to say, friends.
But the special judge overseeing the case threw that filing out. Now Allen has new defense attorneys appointed by the court. These public defenders, by the way, will represent Allen tomorrow. At this time, no cameras will be permitted in the courtroom. Keep that in mind. The judge says some pre-hearing activities were filmed, even though that was not permitted.
Happening today, several of Elkhart.
Yeah, there we are.
Haunted hayride closed. 7-seater.
No. So yeah, man accused will be in court tomorrow, but no cameras once again. The hearing for Richard Allen is happening exactly 1 year after his arrest was announced. It also comes after a hearing on October 19th, where Allen's original defense team withdrew from the case. Allen's remaining attorney at the time, Bradley Rossi, later filed a motion alleging they were forced to resign. The special judge overseeing the case then threw that filing out. I don't know how she can throw out something that's filed against her. That makes no sense to me. It's like me being able to pick my own grades in school. Like, right? Unreal.
He's like, hey, we're going to charge you $300 for mowing that lawn. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw that out. And, yeah, you get nothing. Nothing, I tell you. Nothing.
Ruckus rock.
So, yeah, this time no cameras. The judge says some pre-hearing activities were filmed, even though it was not permitted. If nothing else, you start to understand why so many people are against the courts. I mean, you're seeing you're seeing judges throw out paperwork that want them to step down. Nah, it didn't happen. We'll just get rid of that. We'll fire that one. We'll fire that one. I'm not going to tell you why, but we're going to bring in my buddy now, because my buddy, he knows how to work with me. I don't like it. Ruckus Rocks. I've seen that, but I have not watched it. Is it good? Oh, Mal, 20 past midnight. I'll leave you to sort this mess out. Don't forget to hit that like button. I appreciate it. Sleep well, Mal. Yeah. That judge made a good call. He's now sitting with his feet up watching this unfold. What am I highlighting here? What's this YouTube station? Anybody know?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was actually posting that video for Dave because he asked a question about
Okay.
who the younger suspect was. And I was watching this guy's video from like a month ago, and he actually points out who it is. And I'm going to say allegedly because I didn't hear the information for myself. Like, I saw the video, but I don't know that for sure. But it looks like him.
Here.
It looks like him.
Oh, the photo, the sketch of the younger guy.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's what you're talking about. Okay. Oh my God. Are we going to go down that road? Oh, that's another.
Well, he was actually there too. That guy was there. I think I can't be specific on how, but I think that guy was at Moonon or in the area.
What guy was in the area?
The young-haired guy, the younger version of the sketch, which was the first sketch that was actually drawn.
Right. Second one shown, first one drawn.
Mm-hmm.
Nighty Mal.
Good night, Mal.
Okay, so yeah, as far as the younger guy, he was the one allegedly on the bridge. And the older guy allegedly was walking down that private drive. And you know what? I don't know what to think even
Yeah.
about those sketches anymore. I don't.
Especially
mean-
after Doug's many tentacles speech thing that he gave, and then talked about how trying to look at both pictures and seeing what you can match up or not see or
Oh,
see there.
Carter.
I'm like, what?
And Carter. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Do you just look at the two of them and then just kind of imagine them being one?
Yeah, you're like,
They were
no, that's two
big
different
different.
people, sir.
Yeah, they're two different people. And I mean, how to look at it on Richard Allen's side, when did he become 5'10"?
Yeah.
Like those girls describe this person as 5'10" walking
know-
by them on the path.
I
Like,
know we talk about this like till we're red in the face, but like I'm a short girl. Like I'm 5'3", 5'4".
there's a tiny little factor that's so adorable.
On a good day. I would notice if a person was my height.
Yeah,
if
especially
it
a
was
guy.
male. Like if it was a male and he was my height and we were walking across, I would notice that. I wouldn't
Yeah.
mistake 5'5" or 5'4" for 5'10".
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Is he associated with any of the suspects like IRA or Klein? Is he associated to any of the suspects like Richard
The
Allen?
younger version, the younger sketch guy?
No idea
Like
where
that
that guy
question
might fit in.
was- Is that what the question is?
Yeah, get the Department of Justice to step into this mess. There you go. Oh, absolutely no way would you get a 5'4" male confused with a 5'10".
The younger sketch guy. I think he was in high school at the time. So could he have known either one of them? Possibly. Maybe even, I would think
Who was
more
in school at the time?
the younger sketch guy. The younger sketch.
How do you know he was in school?
The picture that I saw of him looked like he was wearing a Letterman's jacket.
Okay. Okay. I don't think so, Dave. I mean, not personally. I don't think any of that's gonna play out. I will be shocked if it does. You know, all that Odinist angle. If that pans out, I'll be shocked.
You know what theory I've been kind of trying to like look into? Because I've always heard all this talk about kids, all these kids there. That even the own family, once they got there to search, say that there was a bunch of kids there that went to school with, or that they know for sure knew Abby and Libby, that they went to school with them. And there's reports of kids being underneath the bridge at some point, but
there was, yes.
I'm really like starting to look at an angle where it might actually be teenagers, a little bit older teenagers that did it. Possibly.
Can't eliminate it. No, can't eliminate it. But it definitely wasn't that BH as far as the Odinists go. That definitely was not his kid standing on the bridge. I mean, his kids.
You would notice that kid.
Yeah.
But now the older brother.
They were still thin. They were still
That
kind
older
of.
brother at that time, I looked at pictures. The older brother looked a little buff. He was
Did-
a little bit on the thicker side.
But still lean.
Yeah, but definitely a lot thicker than what would have been Abby's boyfriend at the time.
Well, yeah, because you're talking younger, right?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Elvis?
I can't remember the guy's name. I don't think its name is Elvis.
Elvis is the one that originally they're saying he might be a little bit slow. Well, he is actually slow. They're saying, maybe 7, 8, 9 is where his mental
His mind
status.
ranges.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, but do you see kids, even if they're adults, like people that are older like that and have that mentality
hmm
aren't necessarily very violent. They're still childish
Yeah.
in many ways in the way they
Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of the way he comes across. Anything I've watched about Elvis. Yeah.
I love that movie. I just actually
just
watched
went
that
home.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Men in Black.
He just went home. Exactly. Yeah. It's just, I'm
Men in
not
Black.
Odinist
I named it.
angle. I'm just not seeing that Odinist angle. It'll be interesting as soon as they find out or let us know literally how many different footprints were actually in that area.
See, that would be interesting because I know they talk about the other search areas, other parts of the search,
Mm-hmm.
how people were just kind of like relieving themselves
Mm-hmm.
anywhere they could.
Yep. Yep.
They weren't really keeping a clear track of where they were walking, per se.
No
Which-
formation, just into the bush you go.
Which I don't blame them because they had, I don't think at that time anybody there figured this is what was happening.
Mm-mm.
I think a lot of people maybe even thought that maybe they wandered off the trail and got hurt and just couldn't be reached, or so they just kind of trekked wherever looking. But then I also don't understand how they were not found that same day.
Yeah, there's so many questions. The way it was explained on, I don't know if it was the last live I did or the one before, with the fellow that was basically saying he was told, okay, time to quit the search and you go back now.
Is that Eric? Is that guy's name Eric?
I'm not.
See, this is where
sure
you know Ruckus rocks, is because we watched a video together where he was talking to one of the guys that was
in
in
the
the
search.
search and was trying to map out exactly where he went, the route that he took.
Yes.
And I think his name was Eric.
Yeah,
Eric
you and I
said,
watched that, didn't we?
yeah, yes.
Yeah.
And then I think Eric said something like some plain clothes, people in some plain clothes were the ones that said to stop searching.
Yeah, it doesn't
Which-
sound like it was from anybody, not the cops, not
Right.
the fire station.
Which could have
Yeah.
been maybe it was a cop right in plain clothing, or maybe it was somebody official in plain clothing. But I'm going to need you to show me a badge and tell me that you heard it from somewhere else. Like, because I'm not going to listen to someone in plain clothing telling me to stop.
That's right. That's right. And he was so close to where the girls
He
were actually
was,
found.
too.
Like, give him 5 more minutes and he was there. It's making sense that they came down, crossed that water where Libby's shoe was found, and then scrambled up on the other side. That makes so much sense.
See, Wolfie, I'm glad you bring that up, because this video that they have of him admitting it, is it from the handheld camera that the guards were carrying around? for whatever reason, the guards, I don't know if this is like just protocol, they just carry around handheld cameras. They admitted that they recorded Richard Allen having conversations with his lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Or
But
even if his
they
wife
were
came
saying
and
that
visited
they were
him.
sitting far enough back where they couldn't hear. They did say that, but
Oh my gosh, like we can't enhance videos in this era that we live in. I
right?
seriously think I just find it sketchy by itself that they're walking around with a handheld camera.
Yeah,
Why?
yeah. So what their reason, from what I've heard, is just basically to show that he is getting decent treatment. He is getting his visits. He is being treated properly. That's what they had to say about
But
that.
and he did. I know I heard that he can like he gave a confession, but I also know that there's false confessions. Like so I can't really hold that to too much weight.
Well, most false confessions, though, they happen in a room with two law enforcement officials pounding on them for information.
I mean, what worse of a pounding do you want to get than sitting in a room isolated by yourself for like 23 hours a day?
Well, plead guilty to something like this where you get to live in another box for the rest of your life. Like, it doesn't make there was no advantage this time. Usually, there has
Other
to be
than
an
it was,
advantage for
I mean,
him.
the only thing I can think of is just him being like, just forget about me. Like, move on with your life, go do it, just forget about me kind of thing, in a desperate thing. I'm not saying that he's innocent. I'm just trying to think of all venues here, guys, of reasons why someone might
Absolutely.
do something like this. And
Mhm.
people have done crazy things like this, confess the things they didn't
Absolutely.
do. I need to know more. And I do know that right around that time, there was a whole bunch of motions for he got seen by a psychiatrist, 2 other doctors. There
Mhm.
was a whole bunch of motions that went in during that time too. So I'd
Yeah,
like to
and
go
the
back and
thing
look at those and see.
is Richard Allen's attorneys did not want them to get any of those medical records, which makes me wonder, are they saying that, oh no, he's of sound mind? Don't even worry about that, because why do they need to hide his medical records? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, that's why I kind of want to go back to that. I want to know, I want to go back and look at the date of when those admissions happened.
Yeah.
And then also look at the motions that went in prior and right after of that date.
So do you really think, without starting from scratch, like, I mean, everywhere starting from scratch, new judge, new lawyers, and just do a redo where there is not,
That would bring up to question, how fair is that for Richard Allen's due process?
absolutely it does. But it's either that or take the chance of getting this all thrown out due to,
Well, it would get thrown out if it violates his due process, is the thing.
no, what I'm saying is when they go back, they
Just,
go
yeah, do
through,
like
they
a
just,
restart. But again, like,
mhm.
what does that do for Richard Allen's due process? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not expert. Like, we're not experts in this. So I'm just very curious on him getting this far, because this trial it was going to start here soon, right?
Yes.
So him having like a whole reset now, and him still saying at that time, he was like, he put in a letter, he put in a motion that he wanted the same attorneys. He
He sure
wanted to
did.
continue the path that he was going on.
He sure did. Yeah.
Is it right to deny him of that?
Mhm.
To
Mhm.
say, no, you know what, your attorneys did just a horrible job. We're going to get you some new ones. We're going to start over. What does that do for him exactly?
Yeah, not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. I can see, okay, Baldwin, I understand the mistakes he made. Yes. Should he be there? Well, probably best he wasn't for the case. But as far as Rozzy, he had nothing to do with any of this. So getting rid of him I don't know how that'll work out. The name of the video I saw on YouTube is called Delphi M Gruesome Details of the Passings Revealed as Richard Allen's Confession Surfaces. Okay.
Didn't you join Discord? Can you post that on there? I'll post it. I found it.
So yeah, that's the thing. Every single, I mean, whether it's the defense, whether it's the judge, whether it's the prosecution, there has been all sorts of, it's all been questionable as far as this case goes, you know? And if they're thinking, I mean, personally, I don't see the advantage as to, I can't see this being a lie that he told his mom and his wife. I don't buy that personally. But at the same time, I don't necessarily know if I believe he was alone. I don't know what to think of all of this. My head is kind of spinning, to be honest with you.
So,
You know, everything we look at, it comes back to something shoddy. You know, how does this work out? How do we make this work out right so that it's justice? It's not any kind of witch hunt. It's not any kind
honestly, other than
Mhm.
letting Rozzy continue being his attorney
of
and letting this just take its course the way it goes, have that trial faster sooner than later, I think is the best way.
I agree.
I don't think the attorneys, because the attorneys themselves, like if they're forced to go to trial quickly, they're going to put in an appeal immediately saying that they didn't have enough time to prep or this isn't right. They're new to it. You know, pick something. they're gonna put it out there.
Well, and their understanding of the case, it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
You know, to weed through all of these documents. That's the thing. Rozzy didn't do anything.
Nope.
He didn't do anything. His co-counsel let somebody into his office where some things were allegedly being kept, and he managed to get copies.
But I will give Baldwin this. He admitted it immediately.
Oh, he did admit it?
He found out. He let the court know. He let Richard Allen know as well.
Absolutely. That's right. That's right. So I don't know how she could just decide she doesn't want Rozzy. I don't understand. You know, let him be, keep going. And if she starts making, you know, unreasonable calls, well, then deal with her later, I guess. But, you know, or one of those new counsel, maybe give the best of the worst to help Rozzy, but not for Rozzy and
Baldwin.
Thank you. Not for them to help somebody new. That doesn't even make sense.
Right. That's where I'm kind of like that. So you're saying that they're both shoddy and they're no good, but you're still wanting them to help? I don't.
And what's she doing hanging out in her private life with crappy lawyers anyways? Maybe it's because she's a crappy judge.
Ooh, strong words there, Franky.
Well, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I know.
It could be, you know. This sounds cold, but it was just photos. Those can't be tampered with as evidence, etc.
Can I get first round on this one?
Give her.
Okay, and I'm not going to be harsh. It's not harsh at all, actually. I have never found those photos. But you know what I know about the crime scene and what it probably looked like was from the memorandum. The description in it, I felt, was more of like
a
bombshell leak than these photos that I have never come across. I haven't seen. I've seen the F photo, but
That's it. And I mean, let's be honest here. These leaks happened, a lot of them, quite a while ago,
yeah.
and they're just coming to surface now. So, what is that? You know, we've had alleged leaks from the defense, alleged leaks from the prosecution, alleged leaks from the court. How more convoluted can it get? Have they got some bailiffs they want to throw in there?
They already
You know?
have. Well, prison guards.
Yeah, a couple guards that have been thrown under the bus. So, I mean, I'm not saying that I agree with the tactic that the defense that he has right now. I'm not saying I believe that that's the best tactic, but that's theirs. That's their tactic. It's not an illegal tactic. I don't know what I think about making up complete fiction, and I probably is not complete fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, people
Yours
say
to
you're
live
who
by,
you
Alex.
hang out with, and their reputation is yours. That's exactly what I was thinking, Alex. Well said. That's exactly it. If you're hanging out with a crappy lawyer, what kind of judge does that make you? I think she could be a crappy judge. Personal opinion, not saying she is, just saying that's what I'm trying to see. And she can't throw me into trouble because she in another country, man. It's just like, oh, it's horrible that a case that is this important is being mishandled to this. You know what I mean? Like, this should have been a very well protected case. Kids involved, a whole town, 3,000 people. If Richard Allen is innocent, okay, great. Go through an actual trial with actual facts and either let him go or convict him.
Or bring another guy in with all the evidence, with all the facts.
Right?
Let's charge him.
Oh, my word. I mean, there is things that with Richard Allen that you do kind of scratch your head and go, well, how could this have been him? But there's also the other side. How can it not be him?
What bothers me, and I know I've said this before, is I don't see the, what do you call that? The come up to Richard Allen. Like, where is...
Yeah, the buildup that goes to his arrest.
Where is that? Like, we have it with Brian Koberger, which, by the way, the Brian Koberger probable cause is probably one of my favorites that I've ever read, because they went in order with how they investigated everything and the warrants that they got, and like,
oh, they did a great job.
I really liked it. But you see how they got to him. And then with Rex HEUERMANN, you see that same thing, right? All the calls, pings from all the cellular data, everything just kind of led to him.
Right.
But with Richard, you don't get that.
No, you do not. No, you do not.
You get what happened that day, what witnesses say, which, by the way, no witnesses actually put him on the trail after like 2:15 or something. Nobody sees him.
No, nobody sees the girls either.
And nobody sees the girls. So like, and Richard Allen says he was only there till about 2:15 or 2:30 or something, according to him. And he's not seen on the cameras at that feed store or whatever, that Mead's store.
Harvester.
Yeah, the Harvester store. So the only thing that probable cause reads like is Allen said that he was there that day. And all these witnesses don't see him there.
Yeah.
Don't see the girls. and then we found a bullet, and then we got to Richard Allen.
Yeah.
That's
Well, and they're saying that they went back to the very beginning and looked at names that had come up. And they're saying that Richard Allen's name was back there from him talking to the nature cop. And for whatever reason, they decided to look into him
so.
from that.
Didn't the guy write down like an ad, like the street name too, or something like that?
Yeah, all it
Okay.
said was Alan Whiteman. And he lives on White Man Street Road. But that's all it says is Richard Allen Whiteman.
How do we know that's not Whitman?
Or Whitman. That's it. Like it's basically meant his road. But if you look at it, that's not the way it comes across.
Well, the only reason I said Whitman is that the actual name of his road. Let me look.
Yeah, it is.
It's because that's also the guy's last name, that leaker. The guy that originally took the pictures from The Office.
Mm-hmm.
That's his last name, I think. Whitman, isn't it?
I'll have to look again, to be honest.
Anyways, you know today that you sent me that link for Indiana, for the My Case Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I typed in Richard Allen.
Yeah.
And just put in like all cases.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many Richard Allens there is?
It's
Because like right below that, there's a Richard Allen who's going to court for failure to provide a license or something.
Yep. Yeah. Common last name, Allen, right?
And Richard apparently.
And Richard is also. That's what I was going to say. Both first and last names are pretty common. It's like Smith.
You know where I'm going with that, right? Like where I'm just like, how do we really know?
Yeah, you're just trying to make sense out of if it could possibly be leading to someone else. Apparently, there were different types of tips, one for the suspect and one for people who are witnesses. The Dan Dulip tip was part of the witness tips and got filed as such. I've read that there's no real science behind ejected things being tied to any other particular firearm. I've heard that too, Dandy.
I actually was reading a motion for that today.
Yeah. Yeah. So how strong that is? Well, it's never been strong. It's never been strong just due to the fact it wasn't cycled through, right?
Correct.
So there's also a few other things. Are they going to get anything off that Carhartt jacket, or have they? There's also they allegedly brought up a deceased cat to see if fur was going to match with what was found at the scene. We don't know what became of that either. Like if these are actually being found to be his cat, his things on his Carhartt jacket, the jeans, whatever.
Well, I'd just be really interested in knowing too, and I know we'll probably never know, what did they give to the grand jury exactly?
To get rid of Francis Gull?
No, like to even get an indictment.
Well, they've got the probable cause.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. Like like I was just explaining, the probable cause doesn't like give you anything for Richard Allen. So how did they get an indictment on Richard Allen? What did they provide exactly? What evidence did they have?
Well, we can go through that again. Because, I mean, it was timing, the stock ticker, the witnesses, although the witnesses didn't match up.
Yeah, and they didn't
But you know what?
exactly put him there.
He also told everybody the time he was on that bridge watching fish jump.
Right.
Which is exactly the last time the kids were seen.
So him saying that he was there
Mm-hmm. At the exact time.
He's putting himself at that location. And then what else would they provide to the grand jury to get an indictment?
We'd have to look at the I don't think they're going to the grand jury. Like, are you talking right now what they're taking to the grand
No,
jury?
because like you always have to take something to a grand jury to get an indictment, to get even the arrest warrant.
Yeah, but we've got his arrest affidavit that basically tells us, like, it's a fair amount of pages as to why they thought it was him.
Did they even get it? I thought everything had to go through a grand jury to even get an indictment to actually arrest someone. That's what they did with Brian Kohberger. They put the evidence to a grand jury to get an indictment to then issue an arrest warrant.
Yeah. No, it was just their regular judge. I don't think
that's why he recused himself.
Yeah, for whatever reason, that judge felt threatened. I don't know what that is, but that judge.
Why not always, Shauna? Is it on the state?
I would imagine it's probably state to state, right?
Well, I guess I can just look it up. I have Google right in front of me, right? What do I ask? Do you need a grand jury?
Can they do an arraignment? Yeah, I can look up the documentation if you don't find what you're needing there too.
To indict someone. Oh, it says states are not required to charge by use of grand jury. Many do, but the Supreme Court has interpreted the Constitution to only require the federal government to use grand juries for all felony crimes.
Mm-hmm.
So they can just go to a judge, get the signature for a probable cause warrant, arrest you, charge you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And I know that they gave up their probable cause. Like, they gave the information to the judge through their
that doesn't sound. See, and I'm sure that's probably legal in the state, right? But that's starting to sound not pretty, because that's exactly what the last defense was arguing. That the probable cause did not have enough evidence.
of course. They always do that, though.
And that if they actually would have put in certain things, the judge would have never signed it.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. And I mean, they're always going to try.
Right, that's their opinion, but it's. I'm just mentioning because that's what they actually said, was that if they would have put in more, or had more, or did what they were supposed to, that judge never would have signed that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And I'm sure there's another side to that argument, right? But this is what the defense was arguing. So it's just interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. You know how I feel about the defense. I mean, they're allowed to throw way too much ish out there. So when they start messing with this paper, this document, no, that document, no, it's their job to get that thrown out. But it doesn't mean that because they said they wanted that out, that
it's supposed to be, or they had the cause.
Yeah.
That it was. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's my biggest problem. And it's their job. And I get that.
This is why I love when it gets to trial. Because you get to see both sides. And it really is people with the state, which is supposed to come in and prove their case with facts, with what. And it's not even necessarily facts. It's what the evidence that they have in front of them. They have to build some sort of most plausible scenario for that. And the defense they don't have to prove anything. So they can just be like, well, this and that. It could have been this. It could have been that.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I just love that they when it comes to trial, everything is supposed to be by the book and the law.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do just one little thing wrong, you mishandle evidence, you changed a word in something that was never said, like just little things like that, you didn't process the paperwork right. Sometimes it
Mhm.
actually comes down to within the court system, they didn't do something right.
Yep.
And the person who was found guilty or is in trial gets dismissed because
Look what's happening with Murdoch right now.
yeah, I'm sorry, but he's guilty.
Oh, hell yeah. But they may have found just if something was going sideways with a juror or anybody else.
I think they're blaming what, the court person, right? One of the court people for it being a little too mouthy or sticky with the jurors. But here's the thing. Murdaugh has already pled guilty for all these other things.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't getting out. And he still has a whole bunch of other things to look forward to
Yeah.
in trial.
Yeah. Oh, he sure
So
does. And he's been going through them,
do I,
actually.
if for whatever reason he goes back to this murder trial and he's found innocent of it, I feel bad for the families not getting justice. But the truth of the matter is that he was there. I can't put a gun in that man's hand, but I know for a fact that he was there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he puts himself there and all of his. He did that to himself.
He's
so
on
that's smart.
recording being there seconds before his wife and child's lives were taken.
You bet.
So you either know who did it and you're keeping it secret, or you did it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So either way, you did it.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex long legs. Alec long legs. No, he's not. He is admitted to way too much with the other stuff as well. He's not going anywhere. And I mean, sure, put on another trial. We'll see him blow snot bubbles again. I'll just about hurl again, and I'm sure it will end up with the same
Cheech and
result.
Chong better not come in with the same game because I'm not gonna watch it. I know part of me is probably gonna watch it late at night, my own little dark secret, eating Cheetos, watching that trial again. But no.
So yeah, he did have his phone and he was supposedly watching his stock ticker. So if they can still get that information, it's going good. But I can't say if they can go back 7 years. I don't know how long those records are kept.
2017, depending what phone he had, if he has the same provider.
So yeah, the F tree, yes, was a leak. Yeah, it was pretty epic. It was pretty epic. So yeah, there was that. There's supposedly a couple out of the actual scene with the girls still there that it made it out. Now they're saying that it got leaked on
October 5th or before that, right?
Oh, what's that platform now?
Reddit.
Yes, they're saying that they leaked it on the Reddit profile. And then as soon as the court realized that they were out there, that they redacted, took those down too.
See, I don't believe it. I know. Do you know why I have a hard time believing it? You know why I have a hard time believing that, right? Because I screenshot everything. If I find something, I'm like, oh, that's interesting, and I can't actually download it, screenshot.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Bridge Burner.
Pretty sure if they got out, someone leaked them, and I know Reddit and like other platforms have said, oh, They were here. We deleted them. Someone thinks exactly like I do, just like a little bit
That's
differently. I
right.
would have taken a screenshot of it,
Yeah.
and it'd still be out.
Well, we'll have to see if it'll surface.
I don't.
Because if it's out, it will surface.
I
Like if
don't.
it's out, it will surface.
And I'm not trying to see those pictures for any other thing that, other than I just want to
No, if
prove
they were leaked.
that they're there, right? I just want to, like, okay, they weren't leaked. They're there. That's all. I wouldn't share them if I had them.
Oh, hell no.
I wouldn't even actually download them. I just want to prove that they're there.
Yeah.
That someone had them, that they were actually leaked, and that they were leaked at the time that they're saying.
I'd like to know how those sticks were laid. That's what I'd be after. How were those sticks laid? Were they tossed or were they placed in some kind of
Harry, I just don't even know if these leaks. I know the F tree leaked, and the guy admits that he put it out. The guy that put it out admits that he put the F tree picture out. And I know some people have said that they've seen the pictures. I've never come across them. I want to prove that they actually were leaked, but I also, everything I come across says that all those things were leaked a long time ago.
Yep. And that's the problem. When was the actual leak? Oh, the mob crew is doing something about the thumb. Yeah, it's I mean, about the sticks and the F and all of that. You know, it's just, it's hard to make sense of any of it right now.
Dandy. That's a good theory. That's a good possibility. I could see
I
that.
believe they were being covered to hide them and the person got spooked. That's exactly what I think. 1000%. He was out of there. That's pretty much what I've thought from the beginning when I started to see all these stick formations come out. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? Now it's a bunch of devil worshippers. Give me a freaking break. But I don't know. What do I know? What do I
don't know anything.
It's just, no. Like, and if we can't figure out what the hell they're doing with all the different ways we know how to search for information, all the different hiding spots, all the different, we're not finding anything. Michelle Walks has not found anything about the sticks being in these little Odinistic symbols. And the F tree, you can make anything out of that you want. I mean, it's like one of those tests, that ink blot tests.
What's that
What
called?
does this make you think of? An Odinistic F.
There's like a word for that specifically. Like you see what you see, or you thought you saw something that you didn't see, and it's actually something else.
Wasn't there some chat a long time ago where someone was describing the scene? Now it turns out they were right.
Yeah.
Well, it does sound like some people
We're
looked
talking
into
about
this
it.
Odinistic thing at the beginning.
Yes.
I don't know where that came from. I don't know who might have been talking about it. I don't know. I don't know if they had some kind of cult expert out there, or how would the average person go out to a scene like that? Average cop, small town cop, average. How the hell are you going to go out there and go, oh my God, that's Odinistic?
Well, I don't know about Odinistic per se, but I know Bluffton has brought up that the last district attorney, before he retired, right before the case, before the arrest.
Yeah.
He had an interview where he talked about like 3 different signatures.
Yes.
What signatures means, take that. It's very broad, guys. Like it could mean staging, it could mean placement, it could mean taking
Mhm.
something, bringing something, whatever. It can mean in so many things.
Right.
It's just different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, Diddy Dandy, True Crime Web went out and did some tests in Delphi to see how plausible some theories.
I
some
like that
theories are.
guy.
Yeah, like somewhere between the BS and there's got to be some fact somewhere. But I tell you what, like the whole judicial system there has got everybody questioning everything now. He
Yeah.
also said non-secular, which means religious. Yeah,
They
they
were
should have.
involved, Shauna. They were, though. Remember? They did the thing on Ron Logan.
But
They
they
were in
weren't
it.
at the site though. Like they
Not at the
did.
site, no, but they
Yeah.
did come in fairly quickly. The FBI was the one that raided Keegan Klein, and that was February something. Shortly after Abby and Levy lost their lives, they did a raid.
I can see why Keegan Klein, because those are federal charges, right?
Well, my understanding, yeah, they did say that it was under, but that was probably because they immediately looked into that Anthony Schatz profile. The FBI immediately got a hold of it. So they were involved fairly quickly because they were able to deduce, like, oh my God, this guy's like doing all these like crazy things.
Yeah.
So they couldn't get him like per se on a warrant for like Abby and Libby, but they could get him on that. So that's what they're going to go for.
Right.
But they did get Ron Logan as well. The FBI was the one that did that search as well, which I think was early March.
Yeah, with kids, being that there's kids involved, all of this should have been dealt with a lot faster. You know, it should better due care and attention should have been paid.
But what I do find curious is that the FBI left the investigation at some point. They were involved fairly quickly.
Were they asked to leave or were they not?
I don't know what happened there. I just saw something and I can't remember specifically what it said, but they just are not involved anymore, or at some point stopped being involved for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I just can't figure that one out. But it seems, based on some of the other cases, different states, mind you, but where they ask them to like, okay, we'll call you back when we need you.
Possibly. The only thing I can think of is that the FBI was like with the whole child stuff that they uncovered.
Yes.
That they maybe felt that their duties were better served somewhere else.
Well, yeah, like you're talking with the Anthony Schatz.
Yeah, with that whole account and Emily, and they felt like maybe they should focus on all of this other stuff. Yeah. Because it's in their jurisdiction and it would be something that they could handle.
So was there a shoe at the scene? Yeah, there was one that was found just down from that private property where the river kind of is lower. One shoe, and it looked like a tie-dye shirt and something else possibly was right around that area. So that's where, if someone is familiar with that river, that's where a person would most likely cross, because it's the easiest way across, especially if you're trying to get a couple of girls across. They're going to take, the easiest possible way.
Can we mention real quick, though, that the picture, like what you described, the shoe, the tie-dye shirt and stuff, that comes from a picture.
Mm-hmm.
which
Yes.
you would assume would be like a crime scene photo, right?
Yes.
That was leaked a long time ago.
It sure was.
That's been on the internet for a really long time.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's
Um,
also some searchers that were also taking their own pictures too, which is the sad thing.
see, as far as the probable cause, Blifton, I don't think I've ever read that, but I did read it in the memorandum. Not that a shoe was missing, but that there was a shoe underneath
Uh-huh. Abby.
Abby.
Mm-hmm.
And that shoe would have been Libby's because Abby had her shoes on.
Yeah. Well, no, it was one of Libby's shoes that they found
Right. Underneath.
underneath Abby.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the other shoe is the one that they would have found across that river there.
But the probable cause puts it like on the actual drive.
They do. They do, which is really unusual because that is something we've not seen pictures of. We've seen it in the water with that pink tie-dye shirt, very similar to the one I'm wearing, actually.
We can't see your shirt, Franky.
I was on in a minute ago. Mm-hmm. But yeah, have you seen any pictures of this stuff on any kind of private drive, or have you just seen the
Like,
stuff
I haven't seen a shoe sitting on like a gravel floor. No.
No.
And I don't know. I think the probable cause actually says it was found on the private drive, but
That's
maybe
the way
they
I
meant
read it.
near the private drive.
But even near us
It's
through
not
bushes
in the water.
into it.
In the
Yeah.
water where this picture that's on the internet shows it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know what that's about. So do I. Yeah, so do I. I want a new judge and to watch the trial.
Can I
Yep.
ask you guys a question? And this is just, because I'm curious. I'm not saying that he should. Okay.
Mhm.
But if there is a new judge and they
Mhm.
do say, okay, these new attorneys, we're gonna get them new attorneys or new ones,
Mhm.
and they have to learn the case.
Mhm.
Would you all be like super crazy if that dude put like an ankle monitor on and was let to go home?
House arrest type thing?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm not
No,
saying
I'd be
anything.
fine with that, but I don't know what the families would feel. I mean, I would be fine with that as an individual, but I don't know how I would feel if I was a family member of those two little girls.
Yeah, true. Very true.
You know?
But also, you also have to think about the rights you have as someone that's not yet guilty.
But you have been charged.
You have
Which
been, yes,
is
but like you're not found guilty yet. And dude, he's sitting in a prison. Like it's not like even like he's sitting in a jail. Like he's literally sitting in a prison.
but
Most
he
people
wanted to be moved to a place that was safer, and the only place
Safer
where
prison.
people weren't gonna get at him was going to be in one of these facilities.
So
And
that's
they
why his lawyers decided to argue that there's oddness in there now that are threatening him.
I have no idea
You
why
know,
people would
like
bring Odinist in.
what?
I have no freaking clue. Yeah, if the defendant wants cameras, it should be allowed. I agree. And if
You
RA
think someone will off him? Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that too. Like, I'm also really concerned about what a delay would cause.
Well,
Because we're talking about his actual rights, and we all have them, guys. Like, if we get arrested for something, we have the right for some due process. And if all these things are happening,
but they keep you in prison or in jail.
is that my fault that stuff got leaked? You know what I mean? Like, at some point, you have to be like, yo, it's not my fault you guys gave me these kind of attorneys. I would start making that argument. Obviously, he hasn't, but like, hey, it's
He
not my
wants
fault that
He's bonded with these lawyers he's got. He
I'm
was
just
originally
curious.
put in a jail setting, Dave. And that was changed because of the threats and the fear that they had of something happening to him. So it wasn't the first place he was put. He asked to be able to go somewhere else where he felt safe and protected. And I guess what they came up with was a prison. Now they did ask to change that to another prison
Yeah.
because Odinists are running around that one allegedly. But yeah, it's he was
I just
already
wonder at what point.
jail should be able to protect him, but Richard Allen didn't think so. So that's why they moved him.
I just wonder at what point are we gonna, or not we, but is the court gonna start violating like all of his due process rights?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like we're kind of pushing it here. I mean, depending on what is said tomorrow and what's gonna happen, like.
Well, let's put it this way. He asked to be moved. And he was moved.
Yeah, but then is that the spot that he haven't, like, is that the right spot?
Well,
like they moved him,
otherwise
and
it's
that was like on the
another.
judge's discretion. Like,
Well, then he goes to another prison, and because there's no jail that's going to give him the protection he wants. So then you're looking at another prison, and he did ask for that. And the Judge Francis Gull looked at it and said, "You're good where you're at. Like, you're not being mistreated, and you're good where you're at." Now that was the judge's call. But he'd already been moved once because he said it was poor standard of living. So please move me.
I thought
Well,
that was denied.
no, he was moved. But then his second move was denied. The original one, he was moved because he did not feel safe. And then he didn't like it there because he says he's been mistreated there as well. So the judge said, "No, you're good. You've been moved once." Like, what does he want? Just okay, I don't like the food here, move me. I don't like these jailers, move me. I don't like the way that guy looked, move me. How many times does he get to be moved? At the very, very beginning, Dave. At the very, very beginning. Yeah, he did, Dandy. That's the thing. Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
I'm gonna go back and look at that because I feel like he was first put in a jail and then he was moved. There was no request for it, and then he started putting a request
complaining
for
about it. But yeah, look back if it makes you feel better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, I'm already gonna look back at I've
Yeah.
been looking back at everything.
Oh, but we have to. I mean, that's the thing. Every day is a deep dive.
And I have been saying that I've been wanting to do a timeline on this. And I've been waiting on it because I wasn't quite sure how I wanted to do it, but I think now I want to add. Now I think I know. It's gonna take me.
Need a little fiber in his diet.
It's gonna take me a second, but I think I want to put like all of it from the start, and then also put in the motions and like another Murdoch calendar. Hey, maybe another Murdoch calendar.
Those deep dives are so good for your mental health, friend.
Isn't it though?
Oh no. No.
I think I might do a calendar on this, Frankie. To be honest,
there's enough information. There really is. Yeah, he was working on a paper mache project. He was eating up his legal work. Have you found it yet?
Found what?
I thought you were looking to see.
No, I'm not looking for it now. No, I'm thinking about my calendar. I'm gonna make a calendar. Guys, you're not gonna talk to me for weeks. I'm just letting you know.
Let me see if I can find something here.
Going all the way back, trying. You know what's hard about cases that are still ongoing, guys, is that when you look up certain terms, it pulls up everything in the recent.
Mm-hmm.
So I really got to go back. Filters, tools. Anytime I want to look back at a custom range from 02.
Okay.
2017. And 2022.
Okay, let's see what I found here. Man charged in the 2017 killings of 2 girls has been moved from White County Jail to a state facility. Online records show 50-year-old Richard Allen was transferred into state custody on Thursday following a request by Carroll County Sheriff Toby Lesenby. Lesenby's request was approved by Carroll County Circuit Judge Benjamin Diner, who later recused himself from the case. In this order to transfer, Diner wrote that the move was for Allen's safety. According to court documents, Allen was wearing protective gear when he appeared for his initial hearing. Court papers say the measure was to protect Allen from the public.
So it was a court that said that he never went to jail. He just went straight to like a prison for his protection.
Transferred to state custody on Thursday by request of Toby Lesenby.
Which is
He's a cop.
Yeah, the sheriff or whatever he was, or detective.
So he was, now I'm not seeing, I have to look to see if this was, okay, this was just before the new judge took over that part of it. And then it was her. Let's see what this is.
Yeah.
Indiana, more than 5 years ago, will be moved to state prison for his own safety. Court record shows Thursday that Allen asked to be transferred from custody of the Carroll County, Indiana Sheriff's Office to the custody of Indiana Department of Corrections for safekeeping. The request was granted by judge. So they're saying that Richard Allen asked for it. So that's what I thought I knew. That's what I thought I knew anyways. Let's see here. So, yeah. Well, not that they're saying that general population, but they've kept him very much to himself. So I don't know how that worked. Yeah, they have him in protective custody. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I guess, I mean, to me, I've always heard that he asked for this transfer. But I don't know past that. That's pretty much what I'm finding. One said Toby Lesenby. I'm not sure if he asked due to how everybody was feeling or if this was done at the request. I'll see what else I can find. See if I can find anything else. Okay, here's another article. And what is it going to say here? Suspect arrested for the deleting of 2 Indiana teens is now in state prison. He was moved to the facility from Carroll County Jail to an undisclosed Department of Corrections facility. The sheriff says the move was necessary because Allen's safety was at risk due to the high-profile case. So, yeah, guys. That's what I think, Tony. I think she might be in a little trouble. I think she's making up her own rules. So, I mean, there's always going to be contradictory statements. And that is, I suppose, a big part of the problem is human nature is not always the most consistent thing, is it?
No.
So the ones that I found, Mekci was saying that he wanted to be transferred. So I'm not sure how that.
My understanding is he wanted to be transferred from the prison because he was never in like just a regular jail.
Sure he was. Court records show Thursday that Allen asked to be transferred from the custody of the Carroll County, Indiana Sheriff's Office to the custody of the Indiana Department of Corrections for safekeeping. The request was granted by Benjamin Diner. And I just closed down another one pretty much the same.
Was there like a statement from him saying that?
Well, he was in jail, so probably not. So that is from CBS Chicago. The other one, well, there's all sorts of them, actually. There's quite a few. If you just put in Richard Allen, why was he moved from jail? You'll find a whole bunch of them come up.
Alex actually pulled up a
and then just look for 2022.
What date is
I found one that said Toby Lesenby, and then the rest have been. And this is actually what
a specific date. Okay, here it is. I found it. What did you say to look up?
The way I typed it in was Richard Allen. Why was he moved from jail? And then I looked at the ones that started like October 2022. WDRB. What do they have to say?
Yeah, so I just did like a refined search. Like, I don't know if you guys can know how to do this in Google, but if you're ever looking something up, you can go to tools and refine the date and just search for that specific date that you're looking for. Indiana.
So yeah, there's one that says, what is this one? Multiple sources indicate the man named Richard Allen was booked into the Carroll County Jail around noon Friday in connection with Delphi. He has been moved to a state facility for his safety. So it doesn't say whose idea it was, but that was the gist of it, I guess.
Would that be in the 118 document dump that they did?
Oh no, I'm just going through articles.
Poisonous fruit subpoena stipulation. This was filed April 14, 2023. It's the state's response to defense's emergency motion to modify safekeeping order.
Oh, this is when he wanted to be moved from there again. And Fran
That's
Bell said
April
no.
14.
Huh?
It's April 14. Because I'm going through the Delphi doc dump that they did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Here's, I just came across the verified request for access to court records excluded from public access by mystery sheet.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. I'm not finding any more. I think I've only found about 4, I guess, that get into that part of it. You're okay, Jazzy. Are you done outside? Yeah. So that's what I was able to find anyways. And what does this one say here? That was my last one.
I'm reading a Reddit post. I'm just going to kind of read through this for a second.
Yeah. I'm just remembering that we don't put much into Reddit. Right?
Yeah, we don't. I just like reading what people were saying at the time. Superintendent of Indiana State Police Doug Carter confirmed in a news conference on Monday, October 31st, 2022, that Richard M. Allen was arrested on 2 counts of murder in the notorious case. Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland revealed that Allen has been charged with the slayings of Williams, also known as an Abby, and German, also called Libby, and called him a local guy. He said the charging document has been sealed. Allen, who was not on the radar as a suspect in the case publicly before his arrest, has already appeared in an initial hearing and entered a not guilty plea. He will be tried in March 2023. Way past that date. Today is different. This is a quote by Carter. Today is different. I do not want there to be any confusion or ambiguity about what I will say. Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder. Oops, sorry, Franky.
That's okay. That's okay.
Is a step toward a conclusion in this long and complex investigation. It does say here on this Twitter post that Allen was booked into the Carroll County Jail, then moved to another facility. And that was on the same date. October 29, 2022. Well, what was he arrested on October 29th?
Right. I don't know the exact day in October, but
Well, no, because there was a news conference on the 31st. So how can this be from October 29th, 2022?
yeah, today is not that day.
So he was arrested prior, apparently. Because let me share my screen, okay? I want to show you guys what I'm looking at.
Yeah, by all means, give me a second there. Okay, let's see here. Sorry, friend. And there you go.
Thank you. So everything that I just read was this post, which to me honestly sounds like a copy and paste. But there's this screenshot of a Twitter post, and it's posted October 29, 2022. It says a government source confirms this is a state-issued photo of Richard Allen arrested in connection to the 2017 murder of Libby German and Abby Williams. But that conference wasn't... Oh, I first broke on October 28th. Okay. So he was first booked into the county jail, then immediately moved?
I don't think it was immediate.
Well, if the news first broke on October 28th, this was posted on the 29th. It said Allen booked into Carroll County Jail, then moved to another facility.
Okay. Then
So-
must be, yeah.
Well, no, I'm taking this and I'm gonna, like, you know,
Add it
Pin
to
it.
your...
pin it, because like I want to see how if this is actually true.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, one never knows, right? But yeah, pin it for sure. Yeah, welcome to Justice. Oh, welcome, Justice. Sorry. Justice is sweet. Welcome, friend.
Justice. Hello, Justice. Again, I know Dave, who has a channel, I know he was trying to, I think a lot of people would try to go back on Delphi. Like a lot of creators were like, you know what? Let's just
I've
go back to
started
the
right back
chart.
from the beginning. I have.
Yeah.
I
so
mean,
have
I have. I've done Keegan Klein. I've done Ron Logan. I haven't decided what the hell I'm going to do with Richard Allen yet. It's why I haven't even touched him, because I don't know where this is going right now.
I don't either.
I'll worry about him after I know.
I like a little bit more information on him, you know? Because, you know, we have like backgrounds on Ron Logan. There is a little bit about him. There's a little bit about Keegan. Well, we know what Keegan did, but like even his dad.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have any background on.
But you know, anything we've got on Tony, we've got ourselves.
Yeah.
They haven't. Yeah, they have not put anything out. Anything we have found, yeah, we've found ourselves. Same thing with Keegan Klein. Most things that came out through the Murder Sheet podcast.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to go ahead and give them props for anything, but other people did the work on that.
Mhm.
Barbara McDonald did the work on that.
She did a
Cops did the
phenomenal
work on
job.
that. And the
And
murder,
she's,
she just so happened to get it.
Down the Hill podcast is
Yeah.
Barbara McDonald, and check her out if you guys get a chance. And I'm sure, like, I don't know, the murder podcast, they're all on their own. They're doing their own thing. I know, it's just that things don't fit yet. I agree,
really like
Shauna.
to know more about Richard. Like, where's his background?
Well, it doesn't sound like he's been much further than the local area, except to maybe go to school.
I know he's had a few jobs. He worked at Chrysler. He worked at
Mhm.
Walmart.
Mhm.
But where's the rest of it. Like, we're even
Murder
with
She
Brian
Wrote
Kohlberger, we know a little bit about his youth. Like,
Mm-hmm.
the little that we know a little bit. Like,
A little bit,
no-
yeah.
nothing on Richard.
That's what I wonder too, Blifton, is why they have not given us more of Bridge Guy. You
I
know,
think there's actually more on that audio.
unless it starts to get where really it shouldn't reach the public.
And I don't think it should. I think there's more on that audio. I think the girls are talking.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
And
exactly
I
right.
don't
40 some seconds, dandy.
I don't think that's something that they want to put out.
Well, no. I mean, no. But the more that we can have of Bridge Guy, if there's more of him walking, if there's more of him, anything that's not going to nothing that we don't need to hear the little girls. We don't need anything
Yeah.
like that.
But I think that's the problem, is that, and that whatever amount of video that they have is that they have their suspect
or just the video.
and the girls speaking over each other.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't want to.
Yep, she said gun. It'd be nice to hear that. I mean, even Abby's mom said that she heard a click. So one of the girls, it sounds like Abby said he's got a gun, and that they heard a click. So if that's the case, there should not be any harm in showing that either, because it's affirming even that much more the Bridge Guy is Bridge Guy. Not
Well, so
that
that's
all of a sudden this guy walked past him and then someone young came and got them.
right.
Like,
Let's not forget that's also evidence. And there could be something in there that could actually point someone guilty. Right? Like, it's something only, in all of these cases, it's always something only the person that did it would know, right?
Yeah.
And if you could hide a couple of things from the public and from ever being released, then you have him, or you have that person, essentially.
This is just, right now, it's just a mess. I'll be glad when they can get their esh together and get justice for these little girls. If it's not Richard Ellen, then let's find the guy it was. Because all of this screwing around is doing nothing to get justice for these little girls.
No,
Absolutely
it's not.
no.
All this time, because and I know that there should be a thing where, like, law enforcement continues to investigate things, but I'm not sure that these guys, that once they get like an arrest, actually continue to investigate other leads or other things that come up. I'm not sure that they do that, but they should. Because if something else comes up, you are required to bring that to light. Right?
And there's so many secrets. There's so much going on behind the scenes that when crap comes up, nobody's shown us differently.
No.
So we have to sift through another pile of crap to try and find out a smidgen of truth, if there is any. And you know what? I like how Sean has put this. There's so much smoke now, hard to clear the air.
Can I just go back real quick now that you say that? Because I want to go back and just reflect on Moscow. The cops, even though we felt like they were never actually saying anything or telling us anything, if you go and actually read their little memos or whatever they're putting out every day, it's in there. They tell you everything that they found, everything that you want to know. This isn't important. This person's like, they were actually, I'm impressed.
With
As long
which
as-
side? Prosecution or
No, the investigators, law
Yeah.
enforcement, the
Oh, law
police
enforcement.
there in Moscow, like they were giving out like daily reports or like every other day they were putting out like these statements or memos
Yeah.
online,
Yeah.
like bullet points, like
Yeah.
these are our suspects, or this is what we have, this is what we've cleared, this is what we know.
Yeah.
And if you actually go read it and actually take it for what it is saying,
Yeah.
all the information that you ever want to know is in there.
Oh, I'm
Like they were
sure.
always being truthful. They always told you what they had. Like I thought that was, again, to be applauded. And that's why I feel confident with like BK, like Brian
Mhm.
Kohlberger being the guy. But again, we'll see. But they were always honest. So I do like that. I appreciate that. But these guys here with Delphi
Mm-hmm.
have never been quite clear. Ever.
Well, I don't know. To me, it's the law enforcement confusing everything.
Yeah.
You
Just what
know,
Lou said.
it's
No.
just, there's no reason that this case should ever be this convoluted. I've never seen a case get this messed up. You know, there's usually a little bit of drama here and there, but yeah, all this case from the very beginning, you know, and you know, they're talking about, okay, yep, they were videoing when he talked to his wife. Well, I'm sorry, but there is no such thing as she doesn't deserve any quiet. They don't get spousal privileges at this point. If they're talking, they're talking. You know, it's not like they talked on the phone and because it was the wife, they couldn't use it. No. He at this point has lost his right
For a lot of
to
things.
yeah. Just like most incarcerated people, even here in Canada. I mean, you
However,
don't get charged with something and then they go, okay, you haven't been convicted, so see you next month. That's not the way it works. They hold you. I
however,
mean, when my great grandmother died, my uncle, to go to his mom's funeral, was brought in shackles with handcuffs with two guards with him.
he's lucky he even let that be allowed, because
It was because it was his mother. And
a
he had
lot of
not
places
been
won't
convicted
let
yet.
that.
But he wasn't convicted, right?
I've
Mhm.
heard that being denied for people who work like not even convicted yet in the US.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is what happens to him right now. This is exactly what's happening to Richard Allen. Same thing that happens to everybody. Like, we
I
didn't talk
agree.
to my uncle on the phone and have it not recorded. Everything was recorded,
Sure.
even if
And,
it was, and
and I
if
understand that, but
and if
there
he
is a
hadn't
certain
been
point where it can't be. And that's when you're talking to your attorneys.
your attorneys. Yep.
And they've admitted
And that's it.
to recording that.
What they say is they recorded it with the attorneys back to them, that they had sat some distance away. So there's certain reasons, certain situations where I
What's
can
the
see
need?
why
What's
they
the
need
need?
to be
Hold
taken
on.
video.
But what's the need to record that if you're sitting there watching them? If you're sitting there watching them, you can just go in if something pops off. You don't have to
Well,
sit
I
there and
think they're
record them.
probably doing that for security, even for their own selves. You know, no, we're not doing this to him. No, we're not doing that to him. Yes, he's eating paper, but it's because he's trying to look crazy. Yes, he's lost weight. It's because being charged with this is a little stressful.
Well,
Like,
isn't that what like overhead cameras are for?
well,
Body cameras? Like, why are you holding
one
it
would
in a
think
camera?
because they were told to. Like, they didn't do it on their own. That came from above them. So they weren't going to say no. Have a good
Bye,
night, Dave.
Be safe.
Yeah.
Good choices.
Yeah, go right back to the beginning because it's just a bunch of riddles and circles.
I can't stand it, Frankie. But I'm
I
gonna do it.
know.
I'm gonna go.
Those recordings would be discovery, and the defense never mentioned those recordings existed. Did they? Well, with that said, I don't know. I don't know if
You mean by defense, do you mean prosecution?
yeah,
'Cause
not
the-
make you lose weight awfully fast.
'cause
Yes.
the guards admitted they have like little affidavits where they say that there was 2 people always required to move Alan whenever he was being moved at all times, yet one of them carried a handheld camera, which again, this is where I find it weird because I'm like, so you require 2 people moving someone at all times, yet one of those 2 people only has one available hand.
Yeah, I don't know.
But they have affidavits saying that they did do this, which
And that 136-page defense filing.
the memorandum.
I'm definitely wary of the confession. Other thing is, if he confessed 10 times to his wife, why would she think he's innocent? Well, or does she? You see, I don't know.
Yeah. Because
Because she could very much stand behind him if he's guilty.
blindly or knowingly.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Look
I
at Asa from Rex. Like I have to question her now because if it's true about her being around those swinger parties.
Yeah, if it's true, that's
true.
the thing. Like before that one gets too convoluted, they best
So we have to
figure it
think
out.
of this one, like if it's true. But
Yeah.
where's this? I've always had a hard time swallowing that. Like, because we always thought that it was like Keegan, right? Or maybe just somebody else that out there that we didn't know about.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, they go arrest this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing leading up to that. Like, where, other than you say that he put himself there, which a lot of people put themselves there.
Well, not wearing the same clothes. Like he was wearing the exact same clothes as in that photograph.
Look at what Ron Logan wears. He wears a lot of similar clothes. Like, it's just like a form of the area. I have Carhartt.
No, not so much. Not everybody was walking around dressed up like the middle of winter on a day where 2 kids are walking around in their t-shirts. So that would, if I see somebody
weird.
If I seen somebody all bundled up on a day where I'm wearing something light, I'd be looking at that.
Okay, so let's think about this because I don't really remember her statement. The 3 girls, the person that they witnessed on the bench, what was he wearing?
Well, basically the same, but they said black clothing, but it was basically the same description, just
Both just had the person wearing all black. Like,
yeah, pretty much the same description, except they're saying that the person was dressed in all black. But the guy that was walking down the road all muddy and bloody, well, he was wearing like a tan colored jacket. So who did these people see? And as far as the person standing on the bridge, well, if it was a young guy, well, that's not Richard. So I don't know who she's seen, if it was one of the kids that could have been under the bridge. I don't know.
You would think that they would show a picture, like after they arrested Richard Allen,
Mhm.
that they would show a picture maybe to like those witnesses, right? Those people that were there, and they'll be like, "Hey, was this him? Hey, was this him? Was this him?" And maybe they have that,
Yeah, they could.
but the defense would also have that, right? And maybe they didn't mention it because it was inconvenient to them.
Right.
Who knows? I wish I knew. I wish I could be a fly on the wall. That I wish that could be my superpower, just be a fly on the wall.
Yep. Well, no, I'd get swatted for chasing shit. So I'll pass. Yeah, the PCA does say a person in black. Absolutely, it does. And then the person on the bridge was young. The person that seen somebody walking down their drive, that person was wearing a tan jacket, muddy and bloody. There's just a lot of,
Whoa,
there's a lot.
hold up.
In my mind, I don't trust either of those witnesses
Dude,
because,
straight up, right?
yeah, I just don't.
We can all think we see things certain days, and maybe we could be wrong, but I answered my own question. I asked this silly question, but then it was answered by myself earlier that none of the witnesses, none of the people that were there put Alan there.
No,
They don't
just
see him there.
just the video of the bridge guy. Because if that's not him, I'll be shocked because he is wearing, the person on the bridge is wearing exactly what he said he was wearing. Not what the witnesses said, but what he said.
Yeah.
You know, he said I was wearing, and it was exactly the same clothes as bridge guy.
But that's what the memorandum also picks up or states that the defense is saying that the witness statements actually differ from what was on the probable cause. Like it's not muddy and bloody, it's just muddy.
Just muddy. Yeah.
And there was dark clothing. It's like, and if it was dark clothing, you wouldn't see muddy or bloody.
No.
Like,
no. I don't follow those two. I'm going basically by what has come out of his very own mouth, what he was wearing, and the picture that that Libby got, that short little video. That's all I need. That's all I need. The other ones, I don't know who the hell they saw. I don't know if they're just trying to get themselves into an interesting case in their minds. I don't know what their thoughts were, but I don't believe either one of them seen
that's
Richard Allen.
interesting because
I think Richard Allen was seen by the girls walking across the bridge.
he puts him he puts himself there, and he puts himself wearing those clothing, right?
Yeah. Watching the fish.
If he had seen that video of Bridge Guy, he wouldn't have described himself in that clothing, right? Because that wasn't in his first interview that he gave.
It was
in the one that he gave when the cops like questioned him later.
Well, it was also allegedly told to the cop that he met at the grocery store.
Are we supposed to believe that now, though?
I mean, they're saying they're taking this guy's word, right? So we're going, at that point, he knows he was seen. So he has to put himself there somehow. He has to, because he believes he's been seen. So it's better.
That's a good point right there. If he believes he's been seen, then he might as well just put himself on the scene wearing those clothes.
Exactly. And then you've got him admitting being on that bridge at the exact time when that video was being made. So how just his own words, let alone what people have seen because I just don't know what the hell they've seen. But
See,
just going by
I can
what
follow
was
you right there
on
in that
Libby's camera
explanation.
and what he said, it's a bang. It's just a bang.
I can see that part of it right there. I can follow you there. And I can
Mhm.
see him being Richard Allen being the guy in that little scenario you just described. Because the
Mhm.
video was taken about 2:17.
Mhm.
And if that's the guy they videoed,
Mhm.
that would be it, right?
Mhm.
But then everything else doesn't make sense. I can follow you there. And that to me, I'm like, okay, I can see Richard Allen being that guy.
Mhm.
But then the rest of the whatever happened,
But I'm not
I
even going to
also
pay
like to put him there
attention.
too, you know?
Yeah, I don't. He put himself there, and the girls' video put him there. That's all I need. That's
But
all
like,
I need.
who's to say that that video wasn't a different, like, what if that was really him, right?
Mhm.
And the girls videoed that, but then he turned away. And
Well,
then
no,
they
because
had something else.
2 seconds later, she's like, "He's right behind me." And then it's like, "He's got a gun." And then you hear a click. It's all within seconds.
I would need to listen to the video. And I know
Yeah.
like, that's just like my own little speculation that's happening right now in my head.
Mhm.
I do know those things to be on a probable cause and be accurate. I just want to.
Hmm.
I also know that the cops put those two slices of audio together. Like the
Mhm.
guys is from like a different part.
Well, so they're saying that hasn't been confirmed though. That's just people chit-chatting. Some
Okay,
people
obviously
say it's
that's
at the front,
me.
some people say it's at the back.
But the
But
audio does
that's
sound different. Like just by ear, it sounds different.
yeah, but that's not something that is anywhere as any type of in any kind
Well,
of legal documents.
I know I know definitely not. It's not anywhere in the documents. You guys won't find this. It's just like all speculation, something you just kind of.
Something that's making you think possibly. I've heard both, so I don't know which way. I just know that he was
Well,
there. They had him on video. The voice is similar. A lot of voices are similar, but
yeah.
his is not off. It's not like,
And
"Hello, I'm
they said that
Rachel."
about Ron Logan too, you know.
Yeah, not inconsistent.
I just
So there
know the
is a
reason.
certain pitch. It's not like they're talking about if there was a high, if Bridge Guy had gone, "I have a gun, go down the hill." Okay, that would be
You'd be
different.
like, okay, someone that hasn't had puberty, Jesus. Yeah, you would be able to tell like a young voice, I think, from a
Mhm.
more adult, mature one. But the only reason I say that it's two different is because, like, or two different segments. I'm not
Yeah,
going to say
two slices.
voices.
Yeah.
Two different segments is because they released Down the Hill first, right?
Mhm.
And then they gave us Guys.
Yep.
Like, if those went together, why didn't you just release them together?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a really good question. He was recorded by Libby crossing that bridge. And then from there on, we don't hear much. We just get guys down the hill. But yeah, it could be down the hill guys. Not quite sure when that comes
Yeah.
in. They've never said specifically, but they have said that not necessarily is it down the hill guys or guys down the hill. They're not, someone asked and they're like, yeah, we're not going to answer that basically.
I've been and I know
I think that's a possibility, Shauna.
I've tried to show a video to you, like a certain creator. I'm not going to share the creator's name.
Mhm.
But I know I sent you a video, or we actually watched it together, and then at the end of it. It was like 4 minutes long. You're like, what?
Right?
What did I just watch? Like,
Exactly. Yeah.
but this is the same person that caused me to have like a 48-hour like non-sleeping day, like
Mhm.
weekend. I
Mhm.
just deep dived into everything that they did. And I learned a lot of things then. I
Oh,
did.
I'm sure. So Blifton, the
Um,
thing is what you have to keep in mind is at the time that that video is being recorded is the exact same time Richard Allen places himself there. So he puts himself there. We're not saying that it's an identification. He basically says it's an identification. That's what I was wearing. That's the time I was there. But no, I did not see two girls. So he places himself there himself. Well, I learned there are other things in that audio allegedly. Glad I didn't have to say that out loud.
thanks. I didn't want to say
What?
that out loud because
Say what out loud?
what you just read. Thank you.
I learned that there are other things in that audio allegedly. Glad I didn't have to say that. But there's a lot of alleged things said in
Yeah.
those audios. There's nothing been confirmed. So it's like, yeah.
That's why I'm so glad I didn't have to say. I didn't want to say it. I just want.
Yeah, because it is
Okay.
alleged, like there's a lot of different things that are being said.
They kind of messed with the audio, cleared some things, and you hear what you hear. I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
My
I don't
ears.
know if we'll ever get to hear the whole thing because it's kids that are involved.
I would
Well,
want them.
I don't automatically assume his guilt personally, but I do find it very interesting that the guy that was standing on the bridge admitted that he was standing on the bridge, happened to be standing on said bridge wearing same clothes as the video. I mean, he placed
You
himself
don't
there
say,
at that
Richard. Oh, Ricky Dicky.
Yeah, he placed himself there. Nobody else did.
Watching.
So, and he's the one that described his clothing. And he had
And
not
he
seen
still
that
had
video.
it.
Pardon me?
And he still had it.
Possibly.
That's what's
Unless he had more than one, right?
Well, yeah, everyone always has more than one.
Yeah, like, I know when I was working out in the oil patch, like, I definitely had more than one Carhartt jacket. They get oil spills, gas, you definitely have one more set of gear. So, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out.
Are you going to be biting at the bit tomorrow? I want
Me
to know
for
what happens tomorrow. What comes out? What is said? What happens before? Things have been popping off before even trial happens or like a hearing happens.
Mhm.
So I'm interested to see if like Baldwin and Rozzy show up on a white horse at the courthouse tomorrow before the hearing even starts. Like, ba-ba-da-bum.
Well, and it could end up that we are all wrong.
Yeah.
We're only Okay, let me see what this is here.
I don't mind being wrong, guys, as long as it proves right.
He never said he crossed the bridge or saw the girls. No, but he put himself in the middle of the bridge at the time the girls went missing. And then the girls have a video at the exact same time as someone dressed exactly like he described his clothing. So it's not a matter of just deciding he's guilty because no one wants a guilty guy to have to pay. But he did say he was there watching fish from that bridge at the time of that video.
My statement is so stupid.
You know what I mean? I mean, and it is. It's like he said he was watching fish from the bridge.
Who says
It
that?
is. How many feet up did they say? 60?
60 to
no-
70. I would say
Mhm.
at the most 100, but I think it's like 60 to 70 feet.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, how good is your eyesight? Go gadget eyeballs?
Go get it.
No, he said he was there between 1:30 and 3:30.
He's like
is what he
looking
said.
around the bed, like bend down the stream.
Right? Maybe I'll just look through the cracks here.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, he said he was there between 1:30 and 3:30.
Not
Not that he
3:30.
was yeah,
No.
that he was 1:30 to 3:30. Not 12:30 to 1:30.
That's what his lawyer said that his statement said.
Let's look
But that's
back.
what his lawyer, again, I'll repeat that. That's what his lawyer said.
Lawyer
that his
said.
statement said.
Right. Yeah.
I have yet to read the statement.
Yeah, and I have yet to see 12:30 to 1:30.
I know
But
somewhere in one of that freaking 118 document dump. You know, that's something I will agree with. You guys dumped 118 documents. You didn't even put it in like chronological order. You didn't
right.
like label them accordingly to where I understood like what it was that I was looking at. I can agree with that. Somewhere in there, I pulled up a thing that I skimmed through that it said something about 215. But I know in the memorandum the last defense put out, that they say that his statement says till 1:30. So I don't know. I have to go back and look at all these things, guys. I'll make a calendar. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, because let's see here. RA affidavit. Because I've never seen 12:30 anywhere, but that's just me, right? Okay, no, this is from.
Well, everyone assumed that Ron Logan lied. Why would
Mhm.
Ron Logan lie about a specific time
Mhm.
that he didn't even have to lie about? That's the thing that I don't understand. Why did he get an alibi for a time that he didn't even have to get a time for?
Okay, that makes more sense, Blifton.
So we're going.
Oh, I just missed the first part. 12:30 to 1:30 is technically between 1:30 and 3:30. Yeah, I didn't even.
That kills you because you can actually kind of read that in the Brian Koberger's thing where they're like at approximately 4 a.m. Was
Right?
it though? Was it at approximately 4? I don't think so.
Oh my goodness. I'm trying to see if I can. I'm probably not going to find them right now either.
What are we looking for?
I don't think. Motion to disqualify.
Oh, are you looking through those documents?
What's that?
Are you trying to go through that dump?
Oh, I'm
That
just trying to go back to kind of the beginning and see if I can. I want to find the time that he said he was there, but it's going to take a bit, I'm thinking. There's so many documents. And like you say, nothing is in order.
No, nothing's labeled accordingly to where you can understand what it is. It's just like petition. That's petition. That.
Mm-hmm.
How about I do this? I'm gonna do a Delphi document dump of 118 documents onto Discord, guys. If you can read it, it should be easy to open if you have the right tools. I pulled up the stuff from like the weapons, the 40 caliber bullet and the weapon that he had, the test and that motion that they put in are some of the first ones on the dump. All these are going to be unsigned documents by the judge. How do you know that?
Probable cause affidavit.
Do you have something up? Because I have something up too that I want to that I'd like to read in emotion. Can I read this?
Give me 2 seconds here.
Right, Bluffton. Where it was just muddy and not bloody. Those are the things I paid attention to in the memorandum, Bluffton, too, was all the other things they said. Because I felt like those were more important, but they drowned it out with the onus stuff. And I'm not saying the onus stuff is implausible. I have no idea. I wasn't there. I don't know what the scene looked like.
Okay, investigators reviewing prior tips encountered a tip narrative from an officer who interviewed Richard Allen in 2017. Mr. Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30. He parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked into the New Freedom Bridge. So this is on
13:30.
That's 1:30 to 3:30.
I know you've told me this plenty of times. That's +2, right? From 12?
I do minus after 12, like as soon as 13, you drop 2. So it takes it to 1:30 to 15:30, drop 2 brings you to 3:30. So this is on.
Bye, Shauna. Have a good night, baby.
Have a good night, friend. This is on the actual probable cause affidavit. On page 4.
Let me pull that up too. Hold on.
Page 4.
That's page 208. Page. What paragraph?
No, on the affidavit, like on the wrong sheet. Arrest affidavit. Probable cause affidavit. Sorry.
Yeah. And you said it was page 4. So I know there's like a paragraph that starts on page 3, goes into page 4. So are
You're looking
you...
at something totally different than me.
Oh, am I? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, do you want me to put mine up?
Yes.
Alrighty. Okay, I'll bump it up a bit. Oh, not big, Franky. Okay, so page 4.
Yeah.
So Mr. Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30. He parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the New Freedom Bridge. While at the New Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember description, nor did he speak with them. He walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. He did not see anybody, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. He stated that there were vehicles parked at High Bridge Trail, however, did not pay attention to them. He did not take any photos or videos.
Okay, so that's the 3 females would be BB.
Yeah, possibly the 3 at the beginning of the trail sitting on that bench.
And what do you know where that's at?
Yeah, it's at the very beginning of the trail. It's right by the sign and where
Well, no, it's more talking about the probable cause, where that would be.
Where
Their
paperwork-
witness, where those 3 girls that he witnessed, where that would be in the probable cause,
I'm not quite sure.
which I think
not
is
quite
2
sure.
of 8.
Pardon me?
I think it's page 2 of 8. Last paragraph.
Yeah, it's not on this document though.
It is. Scroll up. I'm looking at the same one you are. Look up. It's
Okay.
on 2-8. Right there.
Yeah.
Interviews were conducted with 3 juveniles.
They advised they were on the Monon High Bridge Trail February 13th. They advised they were walking on the trail towards Freedom Bridge to go home when they encountered a male from the Freedom Bridge towards the Monon High Bridge, described as kind of creepy. Now, somewhere else, there's more from these girls, and they talk about being at that bench.
Well, they also say that he was 5'10" in that same description.
They do. Yeah, they do. So were they the same girls? Because he says he's seen girls.
Yeah, if you
I
keep
don't
reading,
know.
it says right there that investigators' photographs show on her phone while she was on the trail that day. The photographs included a photo of Moon on High Bridge at 12:43 p.m. Another one taken at 1:26 p.m. of the bench east of Freedom Bridge.
Right. So that means, did they get, if they're saying that they seen him and he's saying that he's seen them and they seen him, well, they were either different people or the girls have the clothing wrong. There's only a couple ways that can go. And the height. If it's him, because it doesn't matter what these girls are saying right now. He's putting
Hey,
himself.
Connor. Hi, Connor.
He's
You kind of snuck in on us.
He literally right here has put himself there. And that's what I'm going to pay attention to. As to what the girls may have seen, I don't know. But what he's saying, what he's seen between 1:30 and 3:30, watching a stock ticker, this is his words. Can I say that that's the same 3 girls? No, I can't. And if it is the same 3 girls, obviously they got some things wrong.
But it is the same 3 girls. We know that to
So
be true
obviously
from other
he didn't
documents.
sprout. So that if they're both right, if he's right and he's seen girls and they're right, they seen him, then he either grew and changed clothes or they got a couple things wrong in there. Like it can't be both.
Exactly. It can never be both.
No. So I'm going to go by what he says. He puts himself on that bridge between 1:30 and 3:30. Past that, I don't care. He put himself there. I don't care who he's seen and who he didn't see. That doesn't matter to me. All that matters to me is he puts himself there. And he puts himself there
Right.
wearing the same clothes as Bridge Guy.
But no one else puts him there.
That doesn't matter. He puts himself there. I don't care who else seen him. I don't really care about that. He puts himself there. And the video that the girls have are the same clothes that he says he was wearing at the same time that they were taking a video. If the girls, I don't care what they seen. I really don't. He puts himself there wearing the same clothes as Bridge Guy. That's personally what I care about. All the other stuff is white noise.
So then that takes me back to the probable cause and what the judge was allowed to sign on.
Mm-hmm.
If
Maybe on the fact that he put himself there. And
that's
the girls
not
have videos.
enough.
If he puts himself there and the girls that are dead have him on a video at that time, that is enough. Like if I go and I axe murder my neighbor and there's a picture of me doing it,
Not
what am
a
I
clear
going to
picture
say?
of you. Not a clear picture of you doing
Yeah,
it.
but if you're still going to be able to get I'm there at the exact same time wearing the exact same, he puts himself there. You can't take that back. You can't take that.
Franky,
You can't take that back.
I hate to tell you this, like, and I know I'm not a juror. I'm not a juror. I will never be called a juror for this case.
Mm-mm.
But if I was, and this is what they gave me,
Oh, there's going to be more. There's
I
going to be
no,
more.
dude. I would say no.
You don't.
I
But
would
you
vote
gotta think.
no. Just on what I know.
He put himself there.
And the thing is, I wouldn't be allowed to be a juror for the
he
things that I know. But
He wouldn't know to match what Bridge Guy's wearing. How would two men be wearing the same clothes on the same bridge at the same time?
coincidences.
That's a big one. I thought there was no coincidences in crime.
Yeah, no, there isn't. But if we're going to talk about coincidences, this is why I say coincidences. I mentioned it because there is coincidences. Are we going to
No, you're not going to find out of 10 people
Are we going to disregard
whole area.
Keegan Klein?
No, we can't.
Who catfished them there?
Like, welcome. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you, friend.
Franky, you've been a member. What are we talking about?
I appreciate you. No, I'm sorry. I'll argue this until I'm blue in the face, because as soon as someone puts themselves there and they've got someone on video taking these girls wearing the same clothes, let me tell you.
And I'm on the other side where I say, well, if you're willing to make an alibi to put yourself away from that spot.
How come he didn't?
He did. Well, I'm talking about Ron Logan here. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, no. Ron Logan. I'm not even looking at him right now. I'm just looking at
But then
Richard.
Keegan Klein, like, he catfished them. Like, are we talking?
I am not saying that he did this alone.
And he put himself there too. Like, I can't discount all these things.
He put himself on the highway. And
close.
as I just said, I am not eliminating Keegan Klein or Tony Klein from this. I'm not. But at the same time, I'm not. No, he's not wearing a blue jean jacket. He's actually wearing a Carhartt jacket. And not everybody wears those.
I
Not
do.
every so do but you're not everybody. How many people do you see walking around with a Carhartt?
Not many, not in
And how
city
about
places, no.
on a nice warm day? You're not wearing a heavy freaking Carhartt. You're not doing it.
It's also a super huge dispute on that day. And I've
What's
seen
that?
the numbers for that day. We both looked at them. We're like, it's not terrible, to be in a light jacket if you're used to the weather.
Yeah, and this guy was dressed up as a polar bear. Like, I mean, come on. Right? It's
He was overly dressed. I mean, unless he's not used to
yeah,
the cold. I don't know.
yeah. 2 girls running around in shirts, and you got like a 40-year-old man wearing something over his head, hoodie pulled up, something in his yeah. It's just like, what?
Yeah. I don't know, man.
And I mean,
I
if I could realistically, maybe let's plop like a bunch of rig pigs maybe on the corner, and maybe you'll find a couple people walking around on that nice day in a Carhartt jacket. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yes, I know. The only time I wear a Carhartt jacket, the one that I have, is when it's really cold. Like,
And the only time I wore mine was working in the oil patch on cold days.
well, also ride motorcycles. So
Yeah.
if it's a colder
I
day
well
out, but it's nice out with the sun out, but it's cold, I wear my
mhm.
Carhartt, because
Okay.
it breaks the wind a lot better than any other jacket.
Yep. Yep. Except for the
I
leather. If we were
I
the
just
same size,
know
I'd give you a bunch of my leathers.
I just know that I would probably be the worst juror ever. Like, I would be the worst jury pool candidate ever. If I was actually picked for a jury, I'd be like, hey guys, can we make a
Mhm.
PowerPoint? Let's make a list. Let's see.
Mhm.
Now we're gonna stay in here until we figure it out. I just want to make sure.
And the thing is right now, like, I would love to see Indiana. Now Idaho. Now Indiana. Australia. I want to move
Isn't
there
it
too.
always in Australia? I'm pretty sure it's a dry, just
It's
hot.
surrounded by ocean too, so I don't
Well,
know.
if you get close to the coast, I'm sure it gets a little bit humid, but I'm sure all of it's just hot. If you're like in the central of it, I'm sure it's all hot.
I'd love to be in Australia.
Would you really?
Oh my God. Yeah, I'd be like boxing with the
You're
kangaroos, taking a
crazy,
crap
man.
kicking.
Don't
Oh, I
ever
know.
invite me to anything in Australia. I'm not going with you. You're crazy. I'm not.
Oh, I wouldn't fight. I'd get the shit kicked out of me if I was
Crazy.
fighting with a kangaroo.
You want to
They're
go to the
pretty
Bahamas? I'm down. Like, I'm not going with you to Australia. Like, no.
So yeah, there is a lot of what ifs in this case still. So, I mean, I cannot eliminate Keegan. I cannot eliminate Tony. And I cannot eliminate Ron Logan. So there's lots of looking to do yet. I mean, I cannot say 1,000,000% that this was Richard Allen. I can't. But I'm very concerned about the time he places himself on this bridge.
I
I'm
think
very concerned with the fact that he matches what was on that video. That concerns me.
which either you're a stupid criminal for doing that because you already would have watched it. Unless
Well,
you didn't know you were on video. Because that video was
he
released
didn't know.
immediately, wasn't it?
No.
The sketch was.
He talked to the sketches. He talked to the nature cop pretty quick, And then basically nothing else was said for a while because it was a nature cop. And what he put in was that Whitman was really all he put. Richard Allen, the time, and Whitman or Whiteman. So it wasn't great. And then they called him in later once they allegedly went through everything again. And there he is. Could it be that simple and that long? It could be. But it could also not be. Did Richard Allen take these kids down the hill to meet someone else? I would not eliminate that. I have a hard time seeing them being catfished by Keegan Kline to have a bad guy get them that was not anything to do with one of those drop boxes. It's just, yeah. Now, I imagine with what we've got in here, any defense is going to be able to pick this apart. Because they can pick everything apart. That's their jobs. But I don't know. This case is so frustrating. It makes my blood boil, actually, having to sit here and go through all of this again. You know, this trial should be on the way. It shouldn't be all of us trying to figure out. I mean, we're so confused, getting so confused now, we can't even believe our own eyes.
That's why I think I might agree with Dave where everything should just be released at this point. Like, not everything, but I'm not talking about the audio and all that stuff, like all the really important stuff, but just release things that you know. How do we, like, specifically, I want to know, how did you get to Richard Allen? With, like, in your investigating, other than him putting himself there, how did you get to Richard Allen? I'd really like to know that. That would make me feel more comfortable if I did know that.
It was a park ranger. Nature cops. They're all over the mountains, you know, Dandy. It's the fuzz. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of hot debates until we learn more.
They released that audio in February 2022 of that same year. So they released that audio fairly quickly.
Well, yeah, but he gave it to like a park ranger. So the park ranger, I guess, didn't do his due diligence. But at the same time, he approached a nature cop. Like, if he was serious about it, he would have gone into the cop shop and said, listen, guys, I was there, just if you want to clear me. But no, he talked to a nature cop. So I don't know. I'm thinking if he really wanted to clear himself, he probably would have made an appearance to the cop shop. If he really wanted to do that. But again,
I can agree with that statement, Frankie. I definitely can.
Yeah. So it's going to be heated debates for a lot of different people until, I mean, Richard Allen topic is getting as bad as politics and religion these days. It's like, are you kidding me? But we've all got our own views and we've all heard or read different things. And when that happens, when everything is so inconsistent that's floating around in the public domain, this is the kind of confusion you get out of it. You know, it's heartbreaking because these girls are not going to get jealous if this uckery doesn't stop.
No, they just want justice. And they're not going to rest in peace until they do.
No. And, I've been following this case. It's like when that person that came on earlier and they're like, oh, are you new to this? And it's like, no, actually 7 years of looking into this if you want to know the truth. And just the last year or so, it's just become so diluted with
Unbelievable.
BS. So it's just like unreal. I don't know if that's what the defense said or not. The defense can say pretty much whatever they want is the problem with the defense. There doesn't always have to be a lot of fact behind what they say. And as far as I know, have you ever heard of a tip being phoned in, Mekci? Have you ever heard about him calling into the cop shop?
Not him specifically, but I've heard of tips, but they
Right, but not him
they don't
specifically.
necessarily lead like to,
Yeah.
or they don't say where they lead to. They just said a tip was called in.
Yeah, but it wasn't Richard Allen, right? He didn't phone the cop shop and say, hey, guess what? I don't recall seeing that. I mean, I'm not saying it's not out there. I've just not seen
And
that.
it might have actually said that, to be honest.
You think? Yeah. I haven't seen it. I haven't
In
seen
the
that.
memorandum, yeah.
But again, it's coming from those tards.
But you can't like the thing about motions, like I know the defense, it seems like the defense can say things. They can say things, but if it's coming from somewhere that they like, if it's coming from like evidence that the state gave them, they can't lie about that because it's going to come out.
No.
So if they're saying that, it must be for a reason. And it's because they have it in evidence. Some things they do, like with the whole crime scene, obviously they have the evidence for that, but they made their own assumption or description of what might have happened, and that's
interpretation. Yeah,
that's their right, and that's fine. But other things that they say, they can't lie about those things. Like the things that say about Tony Leggett, about him adding words to witness statements or changing descriptors.
I didn't see that either. Or it's just not ringing a bell.
Yeah, it's in the memorandum. It's like
but now that you look back at that memorandum, what do you really think of it?
I always think the same thing that I've always thought about it. I've always excluded the whole onus thing. It's not that I'm excluding it. I don't want to look at it. That's not what's important to me. It's everything else that they were saying about the probable cause, the witness statements, them being misconstrued or adding words that weren't actually said. And the defense would have evidence of this because that was turned over to them. That's stuff that they're looking at. And the defense original witness statement or the recording that they took of it doesn't mention the things that are on the probable cause. Those things are concerning to me. Those are the things that I was looking at, because if those things are true, that's a big problem.
Well, it's like Dandy said, there can be a lot of theories, but they better be able to back it up with facts. And that's how I see it too.
And the things that they were saying in the memorandum were things that they were getting from evidence that the state had provided them.
And
yes,
then they add on
do they get their own opinion about how a crime might have happened, which they described in the whole oatness thing? Sure, that's on them. And that's your opinion of what you see the evidence. But what I'm looking at is the descriptors of what they're looking at, because they can't lie about those things because it's in evidence.
What do you mean descriptors?
If they're looking at a picture and they're saying we see this, this, and that. They might take their own interpretation of what that is and roll with it and make their own theory about it.
Mhm.
But what's important is what is in the descriptors. And like Dandy mentioned earlier, well, I feel like maybe they just took a couple of sticks and were trying to cover them. And maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
And you just took your interpretation of the picture and rolled with something. That's on you. But that doesn't change what they mentioned in the descriptors, like the actual details, should I say, of what the picture of the crime scene showed. Do they want to roll with their own theory? Sure. But it doesn't change what was on the girls, what was around them. They're still describing it in a certain form, right? And I make my own conclusion from that. But
Mhm.
they can't lie about other things. Like, so if they're saying that a witness statement on the probable cause it says blah, blah, blah. But
Mhm.
then on the witness statement that they're getting from evidence, or the recording that they're getting from evidence from the state, says blah, blah, and doesn't have the extra blah.
I'm getting really confused with the blah blahs.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying not to mention any words, but like,
No, that's okay. I'm just really and I'm not even joking. Like, I'm getting a little lost.
on the probable cause, it says muddy, bloody.
Right?
The defense is saying, well, in the evidence that we got from the state, in the original witness statement, or in the recording that they took during the original statement, if they even took one, says it was only muddy.
Mm-hmm.
You adding bloody is a problem, because that's not what was said in the original statement. And the defense can't lie about that because it's already in the evidence.
Right. That makes sense. Yep. Yep. Didn't they open the Odinist thing, Dandy? Yeah, I think that was looked at the very, very beginning.
The state did that.
Yeah, it was looked at the very, very beginning, and they decided for whatever reason that it wasn't it wasn't part of the case. They decided, so yeah. It's
I
not
don't
a
even know what that
vampire.
means, but I
Blah
find
blah
it
blah.
I don't even know what that means, but that's hilarious.
I don't know what you're saying, but I like it.
I do. I am not a vampire. Who said I was?
Yeah, I do. Like, there's just, it's such a frustrating freaking case because every time it's 10 steps ahead, it's 9 steps backwards. And it's just like, oh my word, are you kidding me? It's just like Blifton said, you don't know who to trust anymore.
No.
You know, you
myself.
don't.
I trust Franky.
What's that?
I trust myself. I trust you.
Yeah, that would be back at you. That would be, we got the hubby and my child. Even the child, I have to admit, is questionable every once in a while. Was he really having a sleepover that night?
I think the best advice I can give to anyone is just always trust your intuition.
Mm-hmm. That's very true. That's very true. And if two of us have like a total different gut feeling, what goes on with that then?
Well, all I know is that something's not right.
Me
And that's
too.
my gut feeling. It's just,
yeah,
something doesn't sit right with me. I don't know what it is.
Well, it's like the missing 8 hours in the Idaho 4 case. Something just is not right.
And then the probable cause, that's like weird. Like, after the evaluation of DM and BF as phone records,
Oh,
we have come to the conclusion.
right?
What?
Oh my God. Oh
What
my
did you
God.
guys find
So
out?
I will say really quick, so people, I don't know, understand us a little bit if they're not part of our regular crew.
Yeah, true.
if Mekci and I have like different opinions, we have no problem debating. So don't ever think that we're arguing, because we're not. One thing
No.
we are is we both like to debate, and so we do.
So we do. This is how solutions come, this is
But
how
you
answers
know,
come. You get a different insight on things, and me and Frankie do this probably like 24/7 almost.
right? That's the thing. So yeah, don't ever think that you're interrupting like an argument. You're not. This is just kind of how you figure things out. And there's sometimes just by my nature, like, oh my God, I can dig my heels in.
Yeah.
And it's like, but as soon as someone's convinced me that I'm wrong, it's like, yeah, right.
I think it's just always good to look at both sides. Frankie's very passionate about justice and where she stands. And I'm I just want to see it all.
Yeah, you are very, very analytical, as was I when I was a kid. Well, you're not a kid, I'm sorry.
I
As
know.
was I when I was younger. Yeah, we like to debate. We do. Yeah. So you wonder every once in a while, like, okay, if people aren't used to watching us, are they going to think like that we're going to bring out the 8-ounce gloves? We're not.
I'm gonna fly all the way to Canada. You meet me at the border, but punch you across.
Yeah, I don't know her. Send her back.
With my 5'4" frame. I'm gonna punch you across the border. You just see like one of your. Hey, what's this all about?
I think you're funny. Oh my God. Do you know what? That just the master debaters. Fine. Okay, I'm slow. I'm probably the one that should be going to bed.
Everyone else did, I my dude left me a long time and he was like, I can't. My dog's got me though. Loki's sitting on the couch just staring like, whatever you're already, Mom.
Oh, my girls, they finally got tired of begging for like more. It's like, oh
A
my.
boat? You've never heard anyone say a boat? You guys say it all the time. What are you talking
About my life. A boot.
say it all the time?
Yeah, and that's like a lot of people probably don't really realize how much time you and I spend together in 2 different countries. And like seriously, like first thing in the morning, it's a
Yeah.
go. Yeah,
Yeah.
and depending on how busy Mexi is through the day, it can be like literally an all day, and we talk nonstop trials. We literally do. What do you think about this? Ooh, yeah. What do you think about that? Nah. Like it's just like yeah, no, it works out really well actually.
It does. We get a lot of work done.
We do, and then we enjoy it, like, which
Yeah.
is the best part. I mean, we get a lot done and we enjoy it. We can bounce things off of each other. And different opinions, different ideas are always welcome because that's what kind of gets you onto that different train of thought, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, we say about.
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 About?
My Indian ancestors say about. Meet you down by the river for a bird and a bear. Yeah.
I can't think of the words where I really hear it, but Sometimes you really hear it in your accent, your Canadian accent. Oh,
So
it's great.
do Canadians have accents?
Yes,
Really?
you do. You do.
Is that right, eh? It's at the A part?
I think it's the vowels, like the A or the O, maybe. I'm not quite sure.
Okay. I've got a couple words I don't know what language they are, but my dad, I must have learned from him. Ambulance, I say that wrong. I think it's supposed to be ambulance, but I call it ambulance. I don't know. And then there was another one that I say way wrong. But yeah, he taught me that one too.
Did you know that you can read ambulance on your rearview mirror as ambulance?
Yes. Isn't that something? Yes.
I always thought that was like the coolest thing ever. I was like, like when I looked in the review and I was like, oh my God. They have it written backwards. And they did. They really do have it written backwards. So you could read it correctly in your rearview mirror. It's fantastic. It's brilliant. Thanks.
Just read what Blifton put here. They really took off the gloves. Part 5 will include information concerning how Richard Allen became a patsy in this investigation 26 days before an election.
Well, that's already out there. I don't have to say it. I actually posted a couple of videos on the Abby and Libby channel about that.
Okay. Ambulance. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I've heard.
Well, I kind of always figured it was for like the deaf people, you know?
It's for looking in your rearview mirror for those who
People
can't
that
hear.
that can't hear.
They can look through there and read it.
You know, can I tell you something really quick? And then it was probably time to get off. We've been on here for a while. But you know that day that I went to my friend's like ultrasound appointment?
Mhm.
She asked me on the way home if blind people got driver's licenses. And I didn't even let her finish the question because I already knew she was I was like, please explain to me how you think that would work out. Please tell me. I just want to know. I'm curious. How do you think blind people are driving? I want to know.
Yeah.
You think they open the door and like on the ground there's like braille? Oh, I'm making
I
a
was
left
gonna say
on Washington. Okay.
her car. How cool! Her car reads braille. Oh my
And
god!
I'm gonna forgive her for that because she's pregnant. And I feel like I feel like it's like pregnancy brain or something. I don't know. I hear it's a thing. I don't know.
Well,
But
yeah, pregnant girls, they do say, yeah, we have a little bit of foggy head every once in a while. All those hormones. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
I'm just wondering. I swear, Franky, like I was sitting in the passenger seat riding home with her, and I didn't even let her finish the question. I was like, stop. I'm not. No, don't you dare.
Oh my word. Yeah, the French newfies. Have a little bit of screech. Go for a drive. Oh my word. Yeah. I was really, really concerned because I thought that what was it that was happening? And they were having to I can't even remember. For some reason, I thought that they were bringing something into the Newfoundland kind of side to fix a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, oh no.
Oh, no.
And I mean, with that said, I've met a bunch of people, trust me, from Newfoundland, and it sounds like an absolute beautiful spot. But holy crap, can those people drink? Like, oh my God. put a little Indian girl like me to shame. And I could drink when I was younger, but no. I seen this guy literally fall down his stairs, crawl to a cab, come back a little bit later with a bag full of beer, fell out of the cab, and proceeded to crawl the way back to his house. It was like, what?
Finland sounds like a place that could put anybody to shame, to be honest.
Oh my God. Screech. Have you ever tried that stuff, Blifton? It's like it smells like nail polish remover.
Oh, fantastic. My favorite.
Yeah. It's like we used to get when I was a kid, you could get bootleg whiskey and stuff. And some of that stuff I didn't go near it. It didn't smell good. Yeah, it did not smell good, but I seen it do some pretty good damage to people that were I don't remember what it tastes like. Yeah, do you remember anything after drinking that stuff? Oh my God.
Would it be
No,
similar to
I
like
have never tried
moonshine,
that
right?
either.
Like moonshine or
Yeah, a
something
lot like
would
moonshine.
have like homemade
Now
something.
yep.
Ugh.
You can make it out of anything. Dandelions, like
Have I
people
ever
make
tried abstinence?
I never have. Have you?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's quite strong, right?
I only had a shot of it. It wasn't everything that people describe unless they
It-
had bottles of it. I don't know.
Did it taste really bad?
Can't say that it did.
Oh, okay.
Because no, it was like hot, warm. It did have like a stale taste, like a lot of stale tasting liquor does.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the worst thing I've ever had, I guess.
Okay.
I actually will say this. Sake was worse.
I've never had sake either. I went from rye, because that wasn't good, to tequila, which was fun, to rum, and then tequila and rum. I had a thing for upside down margaritas. Oh my word, I thought those were the best things ever. What did you find there? 131 defense memo. Conversation between Richard Allen and Dan Doolan came about when Richard Allen called the tip line to provide the limited information that he may have had from his time on the trail that day. 131 of the defense memorandum. All righty, we're going to have to check that out.
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, mine's in my file. Is that pretty harsh stuff, Dandy? No.
$31. What paragraph? I'll just read from the start. It says number 1, Richard Allen was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30. And this is where the memorandum starts from there. The single solitary source for this information is Dan Dillon from the Department of Natural Resources. Therefore, in order to confidently trust that Richard Allen actually said that he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30, as stated in Leggett's affidavit, Dan Dillon's work product would also have to be trusted. Words matter when talking to someone. For example, if the exchange between Dan Dillon and Richard Allen was this: Richard, we think the girls were abducted between 1:30 and 3:30. Were you on the trail at any point in time between 1:30 and 3:30 on February 17th? Why does it say 17th?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
did
assume
say a lot of things
I'm
in
gonna
that
assume it's supposed to be 14th, but and Richard answered yes. That does not mean that Richard Allen was actually on the trail the entire time between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. However, Dutton could memorialize.
memorialize. Yeah.
Thank you. That exchange as Richard claiming he was on the trail the entire 2-hour time span. If so, Dutton's report would be inaccurate. Therefore, Dutton's accuracy in writing reports may need to be considered as scrutinized. The defense does not have to go very far in scrutinizing Dutton's accuracy in report writing. It can start with a report Dutton wrote about his interaction with Richard Allen. The conversation between Richard Allen and D.D. came when Richard Allen called the tip line to provide the limited information that he, Richard, may have had from his time on the trail that day. Dutton and Richard met at a grocery store in Delphi. At that conclusion of Dutton's interview with Richard Allen, he, Dutton, prepared his report. However, and this is underlined, this is great. However, Dutton screwed up the most basic of tasks, getting the name right. Dutton was so sloppy in drafting this report that he put Richard Allen's name into the system as Rick Allen Whiteman.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know, right? I wish I could. I can't go by that. I wish I could.
I
'Cause
I know, but trust in what I'm telling you, where the defense can't lie
No,
about
there's no
evidence
lying.
that they have. You know, like if
Well, that's the thing. Like they're not saying that he wasn't there either. They're just basically saying how do you know he was there the entire time? He could have been there he could have been there at 1:30. He could have been there at 3:30.
yeah, you asked him a simple question, like, were you there between 1:30 and
Yeah.
3:30? And my answer would be, yeah,
Yeah.
I was.
So it's basically that they're picking at right there. Like that they're getting their window. And then yeah, this Dan Doolin. Now, this is the first time on this that I've heard that Richard Allen called in. But if he did, why did he phone into a nature cop?
No, he didn't. It's saying that he phoned in and talking about the interaction he had
Right?
with the nature cop. So he called in a tip saying, hey, I called in, like, I actually came forward a long time ago and talked to so-and-so.
Richard Allen and Dan Doolin came about when Richard Allen called the tip line to provide the limited information that he had. And then doesn't it go from there into saying that
That's
Dan Doolin couldn't do the most basic
Yeah, because
thing?
nobody knew about that tip
So who
or
did he
it
talk
being
to when he
associated
called in?
with him until
Who
Richard
did he
Allen
talk
himself
to when he
called
called
in to
in
say
is my question. That would be my question.
that's what kind of it reads like to me. And that's just my opinion, guys. Like, I don't know if it
There's
reads
more than
different.
one way to read that. That's
Yeah,
why
exactly. But
yeah.
that's how it reads like to me. And I'm not saying that's correct, but
That's why I want to know who he talked to. Because if he called in and talked to another cop, then that cop should have been able to put the information in correctly. Because he called in.
Dylan could memorize. Well, therefore, Dylan's actually in writing. It said the conversation between Richard Allen and Dan Dullen came about when Richard Allen called the tip line. So that to me reads like Richard Allen and Dan Dillon had already had the conversation, and nobody found out about it until Richard Allen called it in.
Can you
That's
read
how
that?
it reads that to me, but like I don't.
Can you read that again so I can? Because I just want to make
Yeah.
sure.
So just to kind of give you a heads up of where I'm at, because I
Mhm.
know you have the memorandum somewhere. It's page 131.
It's
Okay.
in one of my folders.
Yeah,
So.
that's fine. But it's gonna be the last paragraph that I'm gonna be
Okay.
reading on that page. It
Okay.
says, therefore, Dillon's accuracy in writing reports may need to be considered and scrutinized. The defense does not have to go very far in scrutinizing Dillon's accuracy in report writing. It can start with a report Dillon wrote about the interaction with Richard Allen. The conversation between Richard Allen and Dan Dillon came about when Richard Allen called the tip line to provide limited information that he, Richard, may have had from his time on the trail that day.
So
And
it's
then
not
it says,
so
but
it's
then-
either
But then hold on. It goes on to say Dillon and Richard met at a grocery store in Delphi. At the
Mhm.
conclusion of Dillon's interview with Richard Allen, Dillon prepared his report.
Mhm.
Blah, blah. Let's kind of continue reading.
So it doesn't really say if it's not Dan Doolin, it's not really telling us who he's talking to when he calls in.
Well, he's definitely talking to Dan Doolin. And I haven't read through the rest of that, like the rest of this after what I read to you.
Yeah.
But the beginning part of it sounds like it's saying that they had that conversation previously. It never came about anything until Richard Allen. It sounds to me like Richard Allen called in a tip and said, "Hey."
But it doesn't say, it doesn't mention if it was not Dan Doolin he talked to. It doesn't say who he talked to when he
It
called in?
definitely is Dan Doolin that he talked to. I'm just not sure that if that tip that they're saying he called in came in before or after the conversation that they already had.
Okay. Read last paragraph of page 132. Maybe that gives us a little more.
The very last paragraph?
Yeah.
The very last paragraph states, of course, another source of information of what time Richard Allen was on the trails that day is Richard Allen himself. As discussed previously in this memorandum, Richard Allen told Leggett that he, Richard Allen, arrived on the trails around noon and left around 1:30 p.m. This was information that Leggett concealed from Judge Diner. Richard's black Ford Focus was not parked at the CPS building at 2:15, according to Betsy Blair. This was also information that Leggett concealed from Judge Diner.
Wow, eh? It's a mess. I don't even like I remember reading that stuff, and you know what? I don't even know anymore. I really do not even know anymore. Because Betsy Blair is the one that we have to believe seen Muddy and Bloody walking down the road in his tan jacket. Is she not? Because you see, they've got his car going in on the Harvester Hoosier store there, or who?
I know that's a
Hoosier Market. I don't know. H&H. They've got his car going by at, I think it was like 1:30 or right around, but they don't have anything of him leaving. So that I find that very interesting that you don't see or you don't find on any paperwork that he's left, which makes me wonder, did he go a back road? And if he went a back road, why? So then it goes back to, if it was him, did he park?
Does he ever mention where the hell he parked?
I cannot recall if I don't recall.
Because when I read the probable cause a little bit ago, all I can see is people saying that a car, like a Ford Focus, being spotted
Yes.
at like
Yep.
X time, and X time.
Yeah,
But
you've got they describe it as
a car similar to what he used to own, a Ford Focus.
and a smart car and a purple PT Cruiser.
But if the only time they have him is coming in, does
That's
that
it.
mean that he would have parked at the drop-off spot? Because that's the only way you would catch him coming in.
Well, they said that they've got him going in, but not coming out. So what I'm thinking is there's a back way out there. There's just a back road.
Well, there is a back way out. It's that one road that here, I'll show you.
Is there only like how many back? Does he have a lot of back roads, or is there
I'll show
only?
it to you.
I know we got a ton, like there's usually a ton. It's always nice if there's a business on one of those back roads. They need cameras in more spots. As much as I'm not one for being followed around.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's kind of like, can I please have cameras?
Right?
Following people around. Here. And I'm sorry that I'm bombing in really fast, guys. I just know where I'm going. So this is the Hoosier Harvester store, right?
Yeah.
So in order for them to catch him in once, like either coming in or coming out, regardless of which direction he was coming from, like if he was exiting or coming in, that means he either took this West 300 North End to come in and then park over here at the Family Children's Service, or they caught him coming in from this direction, going towards the cemetery, which would mean he would either park right here.
So they said that he was going in. So that would be past, not before, right?
So coming in would be like at 1 something. But how do you know if he's coming in or coming out if you don't catch him?
Based on the direction he's going.
Yeah, if you don't catch him coming out again. You know what I mean?
So yeah, they don't have him coming out again. So I want to know what back roads are back there, because if he was doing bad things, he would have connected to like a dirt road of types.
Well, get this. So this is the place that they're talking about where they would have caught him either coming in or coming out, whichever. We don't know because they only catch him once.
That's the Hoosier
right here.
Harvester right there. Okay.
So he either went out. I would conclude more this way if they didn't catch him.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of ways. Look.
Yeah, that's what I would think. They'd catch him going one direction, but not the other.
But what time do they catch him at? Is that early?
It's
like
like
at
1:30-ish or something.
Is he coming in or coming out?
Going in.
I mean, he puts himself at that time, so we're assuming he's coming in, right?
Well, just based on the direction coming from his house, that's the direction he'd be going.
So let's pretend that he's coming in, right? So he would leave his house.
Yes.
And go, if he's coming in, he can go this direction down the highway, come in, and they would catch him coming in because of this video. So that means he would have to either park here or over here.
Right.
If he's coming out and you didn't catch him coming in, that means he took the long way around. Or vice versa. Like if he was coming in, maybe he took the long way around.
I don't think so. He would take the long way around, less cameras when he's full of blood and mud. Like if he just unalived 2 girls, he's going to go a back road. He's not going to hit the highway.
But let's think, like he also wasn't caught on camera muddy and bloody.
No, he was not.
There was nobody walking down the road muddy and bloody.
No, there was not.
So that was caught on camera, at least. So maybe it was past it. But
So, yeah, I just think, we are looking at him probably parking anywhere near that cemetery because hardly anyone uses that. You go straight down, you're where the girls were killed, and you go straight up, he's out, and instead of turning left towards the camera, you turn
Yeah.
right to avoid them.
But yeah, so that goes to like that coming in goes both ways. So he either comes in and past it, right? Or he comes in earlier, like a longer way, and crosses this point and parks over here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But that would only catch him one way. So it has to be in. It can't be out that they catch him.
Yeah, they got to catch him after this has been done. Is when they don't catch him. They got to catch him going in. But after what's been done, he's going to hit a back road, just like Brian Koberger did. Look at the road he took to avoid.
So they're saying that they caught him on camera, like what, 1 something?
1:30, I think it is.
So that's coming in. So he either took a long way out and they caught him going this way, or he took a short way and they caught him coming this way and he parked somewhere different.
Well, yeah,
that would make a difference. Where did he park? They put him at the CPS building. So if you caught him catching in, like coming in, that means he took the long way, like this way.
They caught him going in, is what it says on the paperwork. It doesn't say coming out. It says they caught him going in.
Right, because it's like at 1. And if it's true that if they suspect that his car was at the CPS building, that would mean that he left his home and took the long way around to get there. And then took the easy way out, like where he maybe just...
When he's dirty.
But man, that's freaking... I don't even know.
No, of course not. No, it's the other way.
But that would mean if it was the other way, he would be parked.
Can you hold on, Mekci,
Yeah,
please?
sorry.
Have we established his wife's schedule? And that's the thing. No, we have not heard of anybody being able to give him. They have not been able to give him any kind of help as far as his alibi goes at this point. Okay.
Yes. So what I was just trying to say was if this is on the way in and they caught him at this Hoosier store surveillance, if it's on the way in, that means he cannot be parked at the CPS building.
No, I don't think he was.
He has to be parked somewhere else.
Yeah, like probably the cemetery.
Right.
But you and I we've been talking about that, and that's pretty much isn't that what we've pretty much come to?
Yeah. And that's why I put that there, because this has been speculated for a really long time.
So he came in the way we pretty much thought, about the time you and I pretty much thought. He was able to get down, cross that bridge, walk them down behind that property. He knows this area. Cross that river at the easiest point where she loses a shoe. And then he takes them up in the bush and does what they do. And then he just walks a little bit and he is right at his car.
Yep. That would make the most sense to me. So that car, if he was traveling in, I don't think he was parked at the CPS building.
Hell no.
The probable cause says that the car like his, right. But I don't think that's true, because that's
right.
Would make the most sense. Either the cemetery or he's back here somewhere.
Yep. Or back there. But, if that was the case, if he parked on that side where we were just looking, where that house is, that would be really easy. Okay.
Yeah, right here.
Let's just say he parked right there. he would not ever have to cross that bridge if he was there.
No.
So I think he went the other way, and stayed by that cemetery. Fastest way out.
That would make sense on the description of the picture of the video. And I'm pretty sure people have done a pretty good job about putting the video in a specific direction where they know that it's being videoed from this side to this side.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that would make sense. Like he's coming out this way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Coming
And it's
back
not that
down,
hard of a hike.
back up. And then you just go out the different direction where there's no cameras.
That would make the absolute most sense to me.
All speculation, guys. We don't know if this is true.
No. It's just, I mean, we've spent a lot of time going over this map. And, we've pretty much looked at all of the different roads, all of the different areas, all of the different vehicles at,
That family details,
yeah.
whatever was supposed to be.
We've even talked about him walking through the trees the
Yeah.
whole way down the creek.
And that seems plausible as well.
Yeah. It is hilly. It absolutely is. But it's not as bad as it was, like closer to the bridge. Like right where the bridge is, there's areas where it just drops straight down.
Yeah. And here, there's like a different view I can get, but you can see the different, like all of this here drops hugely.
Right?
There's a huge incline right around this ridge.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. And it's just like, it just drops. So the other side of Deer Creek is much more manageable.
I think it's right around here that they crossed.
Yeah.
This from the helicopter footage that we've seen.
Us too, friend.
This seems like the helicopter footage seems like this area right around here seems to be the easiest way to climb up.
Yeah, because the water gets really, really shallow where the sandbar is. And then, I mean, it's still got a bit of a climb up. But it's not as anything like it is close to that bridge. And then from what I could see from any of the helicopter footage that we've gone through, it doesn't look like there's those big sharp drop-offs anywhere else except at the river. It seems like kind of like, I mean, never an easy climb, but I think anybody who's used to kind of being outdoors wouldn't have any problem with that. If Ron Logan could do the other side.
JJ. I was like, who?
Who's JJ?
I was like, who?
Oh, KK. I still think that KK should. I love those eyes.
What did they say, Art? Art is saying they interviewed one of the searchers at Search. Was that Eric? From what I understand, Eric, well, they have his route placed a couple of ways the way he took in, but like it seems like he came in this little green area right here and took that.
Oh, was that you?
And
I watched that.
Came
that
up,
awesome.
And then it looks like his trail came all around this ridge up until right here.
Yeah. You're talking about
Eric Williams.
Yeah, Eric Williams. That's right.
Franky, do you mind if I step away for a second?
No. Yeah, I watched that. It was. Did you? Let me see here. Well, if you throw your link in there, we can throw it across the bottom. And sub up, guys. That was actually a really good watch because you got to see, like, he got very, very close to Abby and Libby that night, right? Did you go out there with a drone? Thanks, Dandy. There you are, guys. Sub up. That's when he was told not to cross the bridge, and he just basically kind of looked at the guy. What do you think about the whole parking at the cemetery? Oh, isn't that nice? So yeah, you guys would put them up at the cemetery and then just climb up to get away? Does that make sense? Definitely nice to have you here. Nice to bounce things off somebody else that's been deep diving. Honest. Honest is good.
Oh, nice. Are we making friends?
Right. So yeah, I mean, I'm Canadian, so sadly I don't get these opportunities to go out and kind of walk the walks and what have you. But this area, I mean, literally, we've gone through every single angle. Do you guys have an opinion as to who you think could have done this?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, well, it's got to be asked.
I know, it's just yeah. You know how I feel about how they got to Richard. I have no answers. How'd you
Right?
know them? We didn't even know about the guy. And their probable cause doesn't even tell you. I don't know anymore.
Yeah. Why cross the creek?
Great freaking question. Unless you have to get back to the other side. Hey, why did the chicken cross the road?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, what's happening to this case, it's disgusting.
It could be, Dandy. It could be. You probably know so much about the case that you could be convicted for it.
Yeah, it's this hot little blonde. It was her. It was her. Yeah, not a 5'4" mean little troll.
Oh,
No,
did I say it was a
like
male?
that hot
No, you
girl,
know what?
you know.
I think it was a female. It was, now that I think about it.
Oh, you think so, eh? I believe you do have good contacts. So there's also like the Keegan Klein, Tony Klein, the whole idea of the ring.
No coincidences, Frankie. Not in crime.
Right? There's all of that. And there's that being sent to, oh my goodness, not Wapiti. Is it Wapiti? Wabash. There's no dreadlocks found at the scene. I'm good.
Not any blonde ones.
Like, I don't know how Keegan Klein cannot be a part of this. I don't know it. But then how did they place him in the same clothing there at the same time. It's just, I can't make sense of everything right now. Uh-oh, let's not go there.
Why take the time to redress someone twice?
Yeah, good question. Very good question. So I did a deep dive on Keegan last week. I did one on
Ron Logan.
Ron Logan. But you know what? Tony is a mystery, but I think he's like,
Untouchable.
oh, I just think I think he's one sick puppy. I really, really do.
He is.
Yeah, he gives me really good ick vibes.
Nothing that's ever been proven or prosecuted, but he seems to have a dark past.
Yeah, I think Keegan just about barfed when he got that 43-year sentence. I don't think he was expecting that even a little bit, and he's made mention very, very often about how sick his dad is in the noodle.
Keegan Klein seems a little childish to me.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not your typical, what is he, 30 now? Is he even that old now?
I'm not saying that he's got, I don't know if he has any like mental or whatever, some mental difficulties or whatnot. But the way he talks, we've read those transcripts of his. He goes from saying, no, it wasn't me, I didn't do that, to I can't be for sure, to, oh yeah, no, I remember that.
Yeah.
It's very like kiddish to me. Like, you do. I remember being a teenager and like or not a teenager, but a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And my parents would be like, "Did you do that?" And we're like, "No, maybe." Yes. After a certain amount of time. That's kind of what he reminds me of in his transcripts when he's talking to cops.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I just don't think either one are healthy-minded. I think there's more to Tony Klein than meets the eye. I think he's probably, as far as Keegan and his catfishing go, I'm pretty much sure that him and his dad were sharing bad habits. Who leaked those?
Who leaked them? Good question.
There's leaks all over the place. I mean, seriously. It's like, oh my word. Yeah, he's the criminal profiler, and
Who leaked those?
I'm just really not.
I don't know. The only place they can come from is law enforcement because it's been leaking from the very start. So,
It's just, it's so sad. Everything they need to revamp. I mean, not only their lawyers, but maybe start, the Ron Logan affiliation. Yeah, you don't know what's going on with him either,
Oh, the new leak?
There's just,
We can't even say that's a new leak for real, other than what people are saying. I can't say that it's a new one, but if the court's saying it's true, I guess it should be true, right?
but that's the thing. How much of this is truly crooked?
Who knows?
You know what I mean? Like, I will be watching tonight, Art of Deduction. Trust me, I will be putting you into my little TV and I'm going to be checking you out. Do you know that you and I have been streaming for
A freaking a lot of hours.
4 hours and 40 minutes. How about we let everybody go to sleep? They gotta be sick of our voices. And I have yet to
I'm curious, actually, art of production. Do you do videos with R&M? Because your things look very similar.
oh yeah, there is one that is related to
subscribing
this.
them.
It's a
I'm
pattern.
subscribing, and I'm gonna go ahead and post your link up if anybody else wants to subscribe.
Oh, I did that already, friend.
Oh, did you? Good job.
Yeah, Dandy put
Check
it
them
up.
out. Oh, I'm looking at your page. Everyone can see it. Hey. Ooh, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, good night, Dandy. We're just gonna finish up here and call it a night. I still have 16 sugar gliders to feed.
I like those tattoos, friend. Sorry, I'm just being creepy and stalkerish now.
I cannot watch myself. I'm the same. Yeah, no. Yeah, good night, Dandy. So yeah, as far as that one affiliation, absolutely. I mean, there's only one place some of this stuff can be coming from. As far as the rest, I mean, it's just like a big smoke screen.
There was things leaking way before there was even ever an arrest. So
Oh, there's been stuff leaking right from the get-go.
yeah, that's what that like. Why
Yeah.
aren't we putting fingers on them? Like, can we find that leak?
Right? Absolutely. Mekci,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to cut you right off, man. I'm cutting you right off.
Thank God, someone needs to.
Thanks for joining us. Everybody, that was a long one. I think that's the longest one you and I've done together.
Yeah,
I do believe.
okay.
So if you haven't subscribed, please don't forget to hit what button, any button you see there, give it a push. And thanks very much, guys, for being here with us. And we'll see you in the next one.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Ay, 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 ay.
Bye. Bye. Bye.